Okay, so let me start the meeting up. This is a formal meeting of the City Council. Let's start with a pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right. I just observe I see the entire council in. Will that do for a roll call? I see everyone here. I see the city administrator here. And I believe the city attorney is online.
Correct. Good evening.
All right. Thank you, Nick.
Me.
So usually the first thing we do is public comment, which is what we will do this evening. Ordinarily, I would give you my own, but I got one that I like a lot, and I'm just going to read it. Good evening, all. Before we begin today's meeting, I'd like to take a moment to emphasize the importance of mutual respect and decorum in our proceedings. As a governing body, it is imperative that we conduct ourselves with civility and professionalism at all times, fostering an environment conducive to productive dialogue and decision-making. I would like to remind everyone that our council meetings are recorded for transparency and accountability purposes. These recordings serve as official records of our discussions, decisions, and actions, ensuring that our proceedings are accessible to the public and accurately documented for future reference. While we encourage open dialogue and the sharing of diverse perspectives, we would like to emphasize that personal recordings of council meetings should not be used to intimidate, harass, or disrupt the proceedings or other participants. We ask that all attendees refrain from engaging in behavior that may undermine the integrity of our meetings or create a hostile atmosphere for others. Thank you for your cooperation in upholding these principles of respect and professionalism. Let us proceed with our meeting mindful of our shared commitment to serving our community with integrity and dignity. So thank you, Jeff. I appreciate it. Those are pretty good. I just want to make a couple of very specific remarks with respect to the public hearing process. It's a very full room, and we need to figure out how to do it in a way that is respectful of everyone and allows everyone the opportunity to speak without fear or intimidation and to be heard effectively. I think that would include after speakers or not interrupting speakers. When speakers are done, neither clapping nor any other pro or con remarks. That would include snapping, if you could help me out on that. Because my impression is, while it doesn't affect us up here, it may affect others in the audience. And I think it would be unfair if some folks felt that this was not a safe enough environment for them to speak up. So I would very much appreciate that. And I believe that's what all of us want to establish as an environment for our community. So I would appreciate your cooperation in that. It is also a safe facility here. I do believe that we are, in the municipal building, and it is safe. There are safety officers that are not here, but are available. So I just wanted to let everyone know that. Okay, so with that, I will start up public comments. As we usually say, this is up to 3 minutes. It's a full house, so if you have the opportunity to say, to speak your piece without the 3 minutes, that would be great, because that would give others the opportunity to do the same. We won't enforce anything shorter than that, and keep your remarks to anything appropriate and be respectful. All right. First one is a Dara Silverman. Oh, hang on. Dara, did you put your name on the top of the list?
I just signed up when I got here because a bunch of people signed up all their friends when I was here. So I was the 5th person in the room.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead?
Okay.
Right.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council. My name's Dara Silverman. I have lived in Beacon since 2011. I'm in Ward 1, I believe, in Molly's district. And tonight I wanted to talk a little bit about the type of Jewish family that I grew up in. My family comes from Eastern Europe, from Belarus, and they had to leave because of pogroms, big killing sweeps that the Tsar did. And the Jewish family that I grew up in really believed that our safety came from solidarity from the people who we were living with, that it was from being community with all the people who were around us. And this idea is really the idea of Doikite, that wherever you are, that you're safer by being with the other people who are there. And when we think about living in Beacon and about the history of Beacon as a multiracial community, the history of Black and Puerto Rican organizing here, I think one of the things that I just want to name right now is that what I've heard from my Palestinian neighbors is that they're under threat every day right now. That they're scared to cross the street because they're scared of being hit by cars. That people are coming into their businesses and calling them terrorists. That if they wear a keffiyeh in public, that they are under threat. And so I really want to thank our city council members tonight for the bravery that you're showing, for the ways in which you're seeing our Palestinian and our Arab and our Muslim neighbors, and you're saying in this moment, when there are so many people who are being killed for who they are and for where they live in Gaza, in the West Bank, that Beacon is something different. And that what we can do in Beacon in passing this ceasefire resolution is to really put upward pressure on our government to say, never again for anyone. Never again for anyone. That nobody should be killed for who they are and for where they live. That shouldn't happen in Beacon, and it shouldn't happen anywhere. So I really appreciate the City Council for the resolution that you've worked on, and I really want to encourage you to add some of the specifics, to add some specifics about over 30,000 Palestinians who have been killed since October 7th, about the 1,200 Israelis who were killed on October 7th, about the 35 hospitals in Gaza that are non-operational, about the schools and universities that have been attacked. Over 76
seconds.
Jews in Beacon have signed on to a letter calling for you to sign on for this ceasefire resolution. And so I urge you tonight to pass this ceasefire resolution and to stand with so many across our community who say not in our name and never again.
Your time has elapsed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, folks, please, it needs to be an environment where everyone feels comfortable. You don't need to do that. The speaker is really effective on their own, all right? You just detract from that effectiveness. Teresa Kraft.
Hi, my name is Teresa Kraft. For the record, I moved to Beacon in 1977 when it was all boarded up, and it's always been a safe community that I've lived in, and it's always been a welcoming city, contrary to what some may feel. It's unfortunate that our local municipality caved in to the demands of the loudest group in the room and reversed its decision to pursue drafting and approving Resolution Number 30. The demand for this resolution is not within the purview of the City Council, regardless of how each member sees their role in this world. This is the City of Beacon Council, and most residents would be proud to watch the City Council take action to address pressing issues that affect every member in this community. In our 5 square miles, I say that all the time. During the workshop, some members expressed pride in passing a resolution that would be in the City of Beacon's history books. But years from now, it will not be worth the paper that it is written on if you deduct the cost of doing business and paying for our legal counsel to weigh in. I believe most residents would be proud to read in the history books how the council resolved the issues of poorly planned development projects, fixing the numerous citywide non-ADA compliant heaving sidewalks, and the unrelenting parking crisis. And because language and actions matter, I hope the city does not plan to include a climate change discussion and statement in every new resolution that comes before this table. The public can see right through these personal agendas. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, I appreciate the audience's patience and silence. Ashley Baker.
Ashley Reckes, Ward 2. I am moved by the incredible spirit of kindness in this room. For those who have seen footage from Israel and Gaza since October 7th, It would be next to impossible for most of us to do anything but try our hardest and do everything in our power to stop the horrors of war. I truly believe that most people in this room want peace that is true, genuine, and lasting, and for good reason. I know these people. On both sides of the issue, those who are advocating for the resolution and those who are expressing deep concern about it. They are my friends, they are my neighbors, they are the people that I have stood shoulder to shoulder with in advocating for Black lives, women's rights, LGBTQ, affordable housing, and climate action. So why are so many people opposing this ceasefire when I know that these are people who are here because they want peace? Do the people who are opposing this ceasefire not want peace? Do they not want the killing to stop? On the contrary, if you listen to them, you will hear that they desperately want the killing to stop, and for good. The ceasefire being called for in these resolutions are not actually promoting peace. They will only lead to more killing. They are dangerously promoting perpetual warfare. The ceasefire resolution movement is part of a much larger campaign being spearheaded by Hamas supporters. Hamas is an extremist terrorist organization on an ideological mission to make the territory from the River Jordan to the Mediterranean Sea one Palestinian Islamic State. They are unequivocally opposed to peace negotiations because there is only one acceptable solution in their book, which is to eradicate Israel. There are currently over 7 million Jews living in Israel. They are not going anywhere readily. There are also over 2 million Palestinians living in that territory. They too are not going anywhere readily. Both sides need to acknowledge the right of the other to exist and agree to live peacefully together. So if you are here to advocate for peace, then you need to be advocating for a two-state solution and a true peace process, not a unilateral ceasefire, which is what these resolutions are advocating. Make no mistake, the language being pushed in these resolutions are laying the groundwork for a much larger, more dangerous movement. Here we are pleading with you to work together to find common ground so we can advocate for an immediate and lasting end to this war. Those working behind the scenes have explicitly said that these resolutions should not reflect both sides. This is not the Beacon that I know.
15 seconds.
The Beacon I know celebrates diversity and seeks understanding. I know Beacon, and I know that we can do better. Please vote no on this resolution and start advocating for real peace, because now you know better.
Thank you. Roberta Goldman.
Hi, City Council. My name is Roberta Goldman, and I'm here as a member of BHA in Ward 2 and also an incoming Beacon resident. Professionally, I'm a clinical psychologist, and I practice in the area at large. I'm here because as an advocate for peace and the sanctity of human life, I want to advocate for a permanent peace in the Middle East. This peace can only arise as a result of the collaboration between Israelis and Palestinians who understand each other as fellow humans with unalienable rights and who understand that violence is not the way forward. This is the work of people like Vivian Silver, who was violently murdered on October 7th by Hamas. She had been working with her Palestinian brothers and sisters on grassroots efforts to build a peace coalition in the region for decades. This is the kind of work I hope to do with Palestinian folks and allies in Beacon who truly want peace. Peace will arise as a result of negotiations between affected parties who will need to recognize one another's conflicting needs. Peace requires empathy, processing of grief, and a recognition that compromises are necessary. This is why a bilateral negotiated ceasefire and not a unilateral ceasefire, aka Israeli surrender, will need to occur. Israel will need to withdraw from its attacks. Hamas will need to stop shooting rockets at Israel. Hostages will need to be released. Detainees in Israeli prisons will need to be released, and much, much more. What has occurred in Beacon up until this point is not actually a movement for a true ceasefire, but rather pro-Palestine advocacy, which is absolutely fine, except that it's not what it's been calling itself. A local group representing a national organization following a specific playbook has been pressuring the local government, all of you, to cave to their demands to pass a unilateral ceasefire resolution. As we have heard from many advocating for this resolution, many people who are advocating for a ceasefire are calling for peace, and I believe that they want peace earnestly. However, per the playbook, they are out of step with the leaders of their movement. If you listen carefully to those who are leading the movement for a ceasefire, they are not interested in peace. They are interested in the dissolution of the state of Israel and its substitution with a Palestinian state. I ask you, does that seem aligned with peace? The group in Beacon, which claims to want peace, reveals in its playbook that the underlying aims of its movement are to curry U.S. support for global pressure to eradicate the state of Israel and to destabilize democracy as we know it, both here in America as well as throughout the world. This is why they have been pressuring you to avoid language supporting the legitimacy of both actors in this conflict. The playbook also calls on leaders of their movement to usurp the power of other progressive causes, for example, climate activists and those that advocate for affordable housing, and to use these well-meaning individuals as pawns in their fight to abolish the state of Israel. Some in this group believe that Hamas's barbaric actions of rampant murder and sexual violence were a liberatory
15 seconds.
an act of resistance. Do you want to live in a world where rape can be considered a form of resistance? I believe these individuals feel that Hamas can keep firing rockets for as long as they want, and this would not be a violation of the ceasefire that they are advocating for. I ask you,
Your time has elapsed.
does that seem like a true ceasefire to you? If you pass this resolution, it will represent the choice of this local government to give up its power to the pressure of this group, and this is the wrong direction for Beacon.
Thank you. So, okay. Maurice Schneider?
Thank you, Council, for listening to me. On the morning of October 7, my sister and my brother-in-law were taken out of their bedroom, out of their house, to a field and were gunned down with automatic rifles. After that, their bodies were burned beyond recognition, and DNA was necessary to identify the bodies weeks later. At the same time, their daughter, her husband, and their two red-haired children were taken hostage to Gaza. We know absolutely nothing about them since then. They were taken by Hamas. On October 7, over 1,300 adults, children, and babies were killed in very brutal ways. Women were raped before being mutilated, and babies were decapitated. The horrors go on and on. If Hamas had not been stopped by armed forces, they would have continued the gun down of more and more victims, wiping out of Israel, if they had had the chance, what would have been called? To add more insult, Hamas filmed their atrocities for their enjoyment and pride and possibly training possibilities. Israel is trying to fight Hamas. I'm saying Israel is trying to fight Hamas, not Palestinians. I know many Palestinians. A terror organization that has no remorse on hiding Palestinians hiding between Palestinian civilian areas. As Elon Levy relates this to this, he's a spokesman for the Israeli government. For us Palestinians, deaths are tragic. For Hamas, they are strategic. Free Palestine is a curious phrase. How many Israelis were in Gaza on October 6th? Was Israel occupying Gaza? No, but it was supplying water. I lived there. Electricity and international funds given to Gaza went to build tunnels, weapons, plants, rockets, and you name it. Gaza had the opportunity to be a government, to be governed by Palestinians, but Hamas and other terrorist organizations took advantage of the weaknesses and invaded Gaza. While Gaza starved, Hamas lived in luxury, as they do in Qatar, as many other countries. As a contrast, Israel protects its citizens through the Iron Dome, catching many of the tens of thousands of rockets that have been sent from Gaza into Israel and requiring each house to have safe room.
So you need to wrap up now.
I'm sorry?
Your time is up.
Okay.
Okay, so thank you. Excuse me. Okay, sorry. I appreciate your remarks. Thank you. Okay. Again, I know this is hard, folks, but you're doing a great job trying to be the community we want to be. Give everyone the opportunity to speak, regardless of whether you agree with them or not, and do so politely. Thank you so much. Steve Jacobs.
I'm Steve Jacobs. I live in Ward 3, and I'm a board member at BHA. Quoting from your resolution, you say collective punishment and the killing of civilians are war crimes under international law. Let's talk about that. As defined by the International Committee of the Red Cross, collective punishment is the intentional targeting of innocent civilians in retribution for the acts of an individual or a smaller group that exists in that larger population. On October 7th, Hamas intentionally targeted civilian men, women, and children in their homes, in their beds, at a music festival, and out on the roads, killing more than 1,000 people in a single day. In the time since, they continue to shoot rockets at major civilian centers. Since October 7th, Israel has consistently given the strategic advantage to Hamas by alerting the Palestinian civilian population to where the IDF will be focusing its efforts, urging them to evacuate ahead of a planned offensive. Why? Israel is trying to minimize civilian deaths while fighting a terrorist organization that intentionally uses civilians as human shields. I do not minimize the suffering of the Palestinian civilians who have to flee. To state the obvious, they are human beings who deserve the same access to food, water, shelter, and medical care that we all take for granted here in the United States. But their suffering is part of Hamas's plan to dupe well-meaning Western governments that value human life, that's you, into delegitimizing Israel. Musa Abu Marzouk, a senior member of Hamas, was asked why Hamas didn't build bomb shelters or allow Palestinian civilians into their underground tunnel network. His response: civilians are not our responsibility. Hamas is not just a terrorist group. They are the ruling power in Gaza. They are Gaza's government, and they are intentionally putting their people in harm's way. I agree that the death toll in Gaza is overwhelming and heartbreaking. I hope for a real and lasting peace between the people of Palestine and Israel. But the author of this death and destruction is Hamas, a right-wing terror organization that values martyrdom over life and who has rejected all recent ceasefire offers, including, I think today, we're up to 4 or 5 now, and they're brokered by our government. So what are we asking for here? Our government's already doing this. Returning to the language in your resolution, it doesn't call out Israel specifically, but it is a clear dog whistle. This is but one of so many examples in this resolution where you have chosen extremely one-sided and problematic language. I beg of you to vote no, and then to move on immediately to pass a resolution, never to weigh in on international affairs ever again. Thank you.
Thank you. Jesse Lunenpeck.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Jesse Lunenpack. I've met with many of you personally, and I know that you're all trying to do your best, trying to craft a resolution that will be acceptable to all, but it should be obvious just from those in the room tonight that that's not what you have done. It's not your fault. You didn't know what you did not know. People in diplomatic circles spend their entire careers focused on the placement of individual words in diplomatic proclamations. You all have full-time jobs and workshopped a resolution in one evening. You say in your resolution that the United States holds immense diplomatic power to save Palestinian and Israeli lives. This is simply untrue. President Biden and Secretary Blinken have been working tirelessly to bring about an end to this conflict. Just last week, President Biden claimed that there would be a ceasefire deal in place by tonight, Monday night, only to have Hamas reject that deal. The Hamas negotiating position is currently that they will not even give an accounting of the hostages still being held before there is a complete Israeli ceasefire. Why are you playing into their hands? The U.S. does have diplomatic leverage over Israel, it is true. But to call on our government to use that leverage to impose a ceasefire on one side of the conflict alone is not a path to peace. It is a path to surrender. Indeed, a ceasefire itself does not equal peace. For real peace to exist, it requires the will of all the peoples involved. Ceasefires ended the wars between Israel and Egypt in 1948, 1956, and 1968. All were followed by a resumption of war. After the Yom Kippur War of 1973, the Camp David peace process led to a peace treaty between Israel and Egypt, and there have been no more wars on those borders. We don't need a ceasefire, we need peace. It must be bilateral in nature, or more precisely, multilateral, as the war now includes not only Israel and Hamas, but Hezbollah in Lebanon and the Houthi militia in Yemen. And it needs to be negotiated by the parties of the conflict themselves, so that they have ownership of the terms and abide by them. Your proposed resolution calls for the release of all hostages and those unjustly imprisoned and condemns unjust imprisonment. To conflate the hostages held by Hamas, hostages who were kidnapped from their homes, their vehicles, from a concert while being subjected to rape and torture, with prisoners held by Israel, even political prisoners who I might agree should be released, feeds one-sided narrative and is offensive. Yahya Sinwar, the most senior leader in Hamas in Gaza, was an Israeli prisoner who was among the 1,000 or so prisoners exchanged to buy the release of one Israeli soldier, Gilad Shalit. Kfir Bibas, whose great uncle you just heard from, was 8 months old when he was kidnapped from his home and his family. How do you compare those two? As I said at the start of my remarks, it should be clear that you have, despite your best efforts, failed to create a resolution that is acceptable to your entire community. I urge you not to adopt this language tonight. Instead, bring us all together to talk to each other. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know my time's up.
Okay. The chair has the time, okay? I'm serious, okay? We need to be polite to our entire community. I'm speaking to you directly, okay? And I'm asking everyone here, and you've done a really, really good job of establishing the kind of forum that we want to have. And I just ask you to keep doing that, please, okay? Brent Spodek.
Brent Spodek, I'm the Rabbi Beacon Hebrew Alliance. And like most clergy, I regularly visit people in the hospital. As you might know, hospital patients are often angry, scared, enraged, hopeful, fearful, often all at once. I sing with them, I pray with them, and I do my best to accompany them on their painful and intense journeys. However, I can't heal their illness. In fact, were I, even with the best of intentions, to start adjusting their medicine and their machines, I would do far more harm than good. I know there are people in this room who are outraged about Israel's bombing of Gaza. I am one of them. I know there are also people in this room who are outraged about Hamas's attack on Israel on October 7th. I am one of them as well. Like chemotherapy, outrage is a powerful and extremely dangerous medicine. Used skillfully, it can do incredibly good. Used poorly, it can be far more dangerous than the disease itself. 2 weeks ago, I heard outraged people stand at this podium and insist that there was just one truth and they knew what it was. And then out on Route 9, I see outraged Trump supporters, and they seem to be just as certain that they know what the truth is. And Netanyahu sure is outraged, and he certainly has the truth, and Hamas is outraged, and they have the truth as well. I don't make any claims to know the truth here, but I know firsthand, as I think many in this room do, the cost of political violence in Israel and Gaza. And I know that here in America and here in Dutchess County, the threat of political violence is very real. I know that in the past few weeks, my 100-year-old synagogue has splintered. I've been called a white supremacist. Neighbors have refused to speak to me, and leaders who not so long ago I would have counted as friends have put out calls to purge the town of people like me who think that the state of Israel has a right to exist despite its many serious problems. That frightens me about life here. Since November, I have reached out to local Muslim and Palestinian leaders with whom I have had long-standing relationships and have been rebuffed at nearly every turn. That should frighten all of us. Isolating moderate voices and refusing dialogue might be a good
15
strategy
seconds.
for activists trying to foster a political crisis, but it's a terrible way to run a town. If the council passes this resolution, it will be a clear message to every civic leader and every activist that the approach of respectful dialogue
is
and
up.
relationship building is a waste of time here in Beacon.
Wrap it up.
The way to get things done is to isolate opponents, refuse dialogue, concede nothing, flatten complexity, threaten violence, and fight to win at all costs.
Thank you, Brent.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Is it Revital? Shova? Revital? Okay. And tell us if you, where you live as well, okay? Not an address, but where in Beacon,
We're in
generally.
Beacon. Okay, my name is Revital. I have a business in Beacon. I was born in Israel. I will start by saying I really appreciate the efforts, time, and energy you all put day and night trying to handle what is happening in our community. My grandparents are from Iraq and Egypt. My father was born in Khartoum in Sudan. Half of my family speaks Arabic as their first language. I eat bamia, mluchia, and batata hamda all my life. When me and my grandmother used to say goodbye, she would always bless me in Arabic. Allah ma'aki, she would say, which means God is with you. My middle name is in Arabic after my grandmother. We are all connected, whether we like it or not. Separation is an illusion created by humans. As a human being who is affected directly from the conflict in the Middle East every day since I was born, it was really hard to watch other people who know so little about the reality we all live in, both Israelis and Palestinians, talking over our deep pain and try to come up with a statement that will look good about one of the most complex issues happening in the world today. I don't blame you. I think you have been forced into a position you didn't sign up for. If we as a collective want to put an end to the violence, suffering, and pain of humanity, we must mature, wake up, and stop lying to ourselves. I would not want you to walk in our shoes because you will stumble. These shoes, we will give them away in a heartbeat. No human should ever wear them. The only resolution will come from the Israelis and the Palestinians sitting together and acting with courage and no fear towards peace in the Middle East, peace in our homes, and all over the world. Don't open this door. You do not know what is waiting behind it. Standing with courage and say you do not handle international affairs will be the right thing to do for our community to start the healing process. I strongly encourage you to vote no on the resolution. Focus on making our community a safer place for everyone, and go back to handle all of Beacon's affairs, which are very much needed. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Y'all are doing great. Please keep it up. I'm very appreciative, and I think everyone in the community is. Peter Ulian. As an audience, you're doing great. Thank you.
Did someone cross my name off? Because I was a headphone speaker here.
I'm so sorry. You're absolutely right. I just missed. I apologize. Peter, can you wait one moment? Yeah, sorry. Kamel, sorry.
I had a lot to say, but I got to listen to a lot of people talk. So there was just so much. I've noticed a lot of this ceasefire resolution has a lot to do with our community and how we're afraid. I haven't seen any violence happen in our community other than, to me, my business, from the opposing side for a ceasefire. And we talk about wanting to get together and have a conversation and talk about peace. Without freedom, there is no peace. And you cannot have a conversation between a sword and a neck. This is what they're asking for. How can we have a conversation? Mayor, I'm talking. You should pay attention to the person talking.
I'm fully paying attention
not
to what
wandering
you
around,
said.
sir.
You're using up your time.
You're wandering around, please. respect my time. We need to have a conversation, but we can't have a conversation when there's bombs being dropped. My wife isn't here right now because she's at the 15th funeral. 15th wake. I don't know, we call it Azza in Arabic. It's a wake. We can't go to funeral because it's over there. 15 in less than 5 months. That's direct family. That's family that we're certain that we know. That's not talking about the West Bank where my brother-in-law's cousin got killed today. 15th. These are facts. These are facts that we're facing. You want us to have a conversation before a ceasefire. It's like taking a cat and kicking the shit out of a cat and then telling, once we're done, we could talk about peace. What is this? You people are smart people. You know what's been going on all these months. You see what's been going on for 75 years. Now that it's amplified before your very face, and you know, I don't have to convince you on what's going on, what's right and what's wrong. There's these people over here just trying to show face. Meanwhile, while we were peacefully protesting at the corner, we have someone that's in the audience now harassing us. And I'm sure he's going to come up and talk about it too. You're talking about there's no violence on our end. There's no violence on Main Street. I see these people walking up and down. I can't stand looking at them for not wanting a ceasefire, but want to have a conversation. That doesn't mean there's violence. I don't have to like you, but I could see you. That doesn't mean there's violence. So this line of shit about violence is not happening in our community. What's happening in this community is being torn apart right now because there's a group that do not want to cease fire. Think about it. Just think about it for 1 second. What human being says no to a ceasefire? Let's have a conversation, but not a ceasefire. Keep bombing the shit out of them over there, but don't have a ceasefire. Mayor Lee, you voted no. You voted no to a resolution for a ceasefire. I will not forget it, and neither will you.
Ali, can you control the fingers? I think you're capable of it. And can you remove the ceasefire sign and hold it in your hand instead? Okay. Okay. Peter Ulian.
My name is Peter Yulian. I live in Ward 3 in Beacon. I want an immediate end to all the violence in Gaza, Israel, and the West Bank, and an immediate end to the death and suffering of all Palestinians and Israelis. I care about the lives of Palestinians, Israelis, Muslims, and Jews. I care about my city and everyone in it. Not everyone is able to hear this. Many see caring about the lives of one group as the refusal to care about the lives of another. But we all must embrace the humanity of the quote-unquote other side. We all must demonstrate radical empathy. And a city council ceasefire resolution must employ radical empathy in every sentence. It cannot be a rhetorical shot fired to affirm one group while ignoring another. I support a resolution with the right language, but the current draft is filled with barely disguised bias. This disguise is a fig leaf, and not a very opaque one at that. If this passes as is, the City Council will have ignored the peril that such bias poses to its Jewish citizens. Some claim that this bias rhetoric isn't about Jews, it's about Israel. But after the Hamas rampage of October 7, which resulted in a worldwide reaction not of empathy for the victims, but of celebration and anti-Semitism, this distinction is meaningless. Jews will face backlash from reckless language no matter who we are, what we think, or how much we care about both Palestinians and Jewish lives. This resolution is not where complex distinctions between the acts of governments and the acts of peoples can or should be adjudicated. We need to call for a real peace and a real end to violence. Leaders on both sides must be pressured to seek a peaceful, permanent resolution. We need a negotiated bilateral or multilateral ceasefire. A unilateral Israeli ceasefire only guarantees further Hamas violence, which will result in another Israeli response, which does nothing to help Palestinians or Israelis. Whether anyone likes it or not, both the Palestinian and the Israeli people are here to stay, and neither of them are going anywhere. We must all acknowledge the right of both peoples to exist and the necessity of them to coexist. I need to ask, do we want a call for a real peace and for saving lives, or do we merely want to win the rhetoric and turn our backs on the possibility of a real peace? I ask the City Council not to pass this resolution without major changes. Every line of our resolution must be free of bias, represent the widest possible cross-section of our citizenry, and above all, rigorously practice radical empathy.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Katie Helmuth? And, yeah, we're past our half hour. Unless the council has some objection, I will keep it going.
Hello, thank you for considering this resolution. My name is Katie Helmuth from A Little Beacon blog in Ward 1. I observe that this public comment podium is for public comment and not for private thought. Any reporter can quote anyone here at any time. I urge you to remove the statement concerning harassment, intimidation, doxing, and shame. It protects the people in this room from their discomfort. It was copy-pasted from a local anti-resolution petition that circulated the day after 51 people spoke at this podium to give their input about crafting and passing a resolution. Our showing up inspired Mayor Kariakou to want to legislate out our right to do this by forming a statement that says the City of Beacon government does not speak on global issues. This is not the first time he has said this. Recently, after past councilperson Justice McCrae presented and passed a resolution calling for New York to pass reparations, the mayor said he wanted the council not to comment on things that do not impact Beacon. But reparations do impact all people living in Beacon. Some people will receive them, and some people will, and all of us will pay the tax to support it. Regarding intimidation, I was intimidated on October 7th. That day, I posted one Instagram story which had a prayer emoji that said prayers for Palestine and called for an end to the occupation. A person with a New York City phone number deep Googled my phone number, called me, talked to me about the now debunked babies and terrorists. Was I scared? Yes. In response, a person close to me called me to tell me to stop being public, that this was not my fight, that they would come get me. I asked my close person, who will come get me? And they said, you know, what are they called? I said, Hamas? And they said, yes. I said, I'm not afraid of Hamas. I'm afraid of the lady with the New York City phone number who just called me. On October 8th, I promoted a podcast we recorded with Kamal and his devotion to Palestine's liberation. We recorded it 2 years ago during the Sharik Jarrah movement. I refeatured it this year, the day after. Kamal was scared, and he said, why did you do that? I said, because he said, I don't want people coming into this restaurant all over again to harass him. The next day, he changed his mind, and he opened up all of his platforms. A reader replied to me. They said, how dare you promote this podcast now? You owe the entire city of Beacon an apology. In my mind, I responded to that person, but I didn't press send. I'll say it now loud and clear. You, sir, owe the entire Arab community an apology for resisting this violent occupation so hard that has harmed so many. Regarding shame, shame is what is felt when one usually feels wrong. All of us can feel shame after we do something we didn't intend. A common reaction is to feel defensiveness and then denial of one's actions. It takes great courage to step forward through it to learn, educate oneself, and change. And even then, mistakes will be made and the process will be repeated. It is a daily effort. Regarding doxing, doxing suggests that someone is trying to get someone out of a job.
15 seconds.
Reporting on what someone did or said is presenting information. The reader's reaction is their own. As for myself, I have been doxed, privately, maybe even by some people in this room, trying to get to a Little Beacon blog by targeting our revenue sources, making people not even associated with this
Your time is
uncomfortable.
elapsed.
So squeeze me, but I will
Wrap it
open
up.
somewhere else. I will go to the sea and catch my fish, unless you shoot and drown my boat. If you drown my boat, I will swim to shore and dig for crabs. If you bomb the beach,
Okay,
I
you
will
gotta-
look for
you gotta wrap it
and
up,
catch and
Katie.
eat dragonflies. Free Palestine, thank you. Free the hostages.
Thank you
Free
so much.
unjustly imprisoned Palestinian prisoners, Muslim prisoners living in Israel.
Okay.
Israeli citizens
Come on,
refusing
Katie.
to serve in the Israeli military IDF, and anyone else unjustly taken that I am not
Are you
aware of.
done, Katie? You're the rudest speaker yet. Sorry.
It is true.
So, enough, folks. The way I'm... Okay, folks. So, again, I'm going to ask speakers to do their 3 minutes, and when I ask you to wrap it up, I'll ask you to wrap it up. Okay? This is a difficult time, and we need to be respectful. One of the respects is about limiting your time. So I would really appreciate it if speakers do that. My comments up until now have been about asking the audience to help us be who we want to be. And I need to do the same for the speakers, okay? So I'm sorry, I'm not gonna, I'm gonna go on. Jonah Ritter. Thank you.
Before I begin, I'll point out that the cameras all point to that side of the room. Therefore, all those signs are being seen publicly. Okay, let me begin, please. Respect. The definition of anti-Semitism authored by the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance was nearly unanimously adopted by the Dutchess County Human Rights Council and the Dutchess County Legislature in 2023 and endorsed by the Jewish Federation of Dutchess County, I'm a vice president of which. The definition stipulates actions, any one of which is deemed anti-Semitic. One of those is applying double standards by requiring of it a behavior and expected or demanded of any, not expected or demanded of any other democratic nation. Now let's consider what the council, I believe, should know. Regardless of any believed justification, this council must recognize that the current war began with the attack of Hamas on October 7th, which was, and Hamas has broken every ceasefire there has been. This council must recognize that the attack on October 7th was planned for the purposes of drawing Israeli soldiers into Gaza for a deadly conflict that would take place amongst a dense civilian population. This council must recognize that Hamas has the ability at any time to put a halt to the war by surrendering themselves, their weapons, and the hostages. Furthermore, by not doing so, Hamas chooses to continue the war. This council must recognize that Hamas intentionally distributed hostages throughout Gaza, thus forcing the IDF to fight throughout Gaza in order to recover its citizens. Clearly, Hamas made extraordinary plans and efforts to hide the hostages, thus prolonging the conflict and adding to civilian losses. This council must recognize that by storing weapons intended to kill Israelis in schools, hospitals, mosques, UN offices, and homes throughout Gaza, that Hamas deliberately endangered civilian lives. This council must recognize that Israel has the right to use force to seize and destroy weapons that are intended to kill them. This council must recognize that Hamas murders Palestinian opposition in Gaza and that Hamas pays the families of terrorists who murder civilians. This council must know that Hamas deliberately and strategically prevents civilians from escaping the violence and from receiving humanitarian aid. Furthermore, it diverts money and resources intended for civilians to their personal benefit. This council must know that Hamas controls the educational system in Gaza and uses it to brainwash children to want to kill Jews. This council should know that the only hope Hamas instills in the civilian population is the death of all Jews in Israel. This council must understand that Israel is fighting an enemy that is a terrorist organization which is sworn to the destruction of Israel. This council must recognize that a ceasefire will be used by Hamas, like the dozens of other ceasefires it violated, to reload and to continue to pursue its mission of killing Jews. The members of this council must be able to imagine what they call a ceasefire if it were their children that were killed. Okay, this council must recognize that this resolution demands a behavior of Israel that is not expected, or demanded of any other democratic nation. Therefore, this resolution, this resolution fits the very definition of anti-Semitism which the county's own legislature and Human Rights Council adopted. Thank you.
Drew Cardigainer.
I'm from Newburgh, New York, and I'm not as organized as everybody else, but the ceasefire resolution should be a step towards peace. The ceasefire resolution that you're proposing isn't that. It's flawed because it doesn't understand the interaction of the parties that are participating in this war. Specifically, it only recognizes two groups, the Palestinians and the Israelis. It ignores the fact that Hamas controls the Palestinians. Hamas is a brutal dictatorship. Nobody can do anything in Gaza without Hamas telling them what to do. Hamas will never accept peace with Israel and the existence of Israel. You can look that up. Their founding principles are online, and you will discover they have two basic purposes: the destruction of Israel and the death of every Zionist who lives there. Every Zionist being defined as every Jew. That's 7.2 million Jews they want to kill. Golda Meir said, you can't make peace with someone trying to kill you. You can't make peace with Hamas. You want peace in the Middle East? Hamas has to be destroyed. Hamas can end the war tomorrow. All they have to do is surrender. And the next point that I'll make to you is the European Union, which has obviously far more resources to understand what's going on there than Beacon, or in that case Newburgh, which also passed one, has come up with a resolution for peace. They have two conditions: return of all the hostages, obvious. The second condition is dismantling of Hamas, military and civil authority. You won't have peace unless Hamas is destroyed. And your resolution does not support that. What in fact it does is support Hamas's military strategy of being able to have a ceasefire, to reset, rearm, and then come back and kill more people. Please do not pass this resolution. Thank you. I got less than 3 minutes, didn't I?
Thank you very much. Kavitha Rao.
Good evening. Thank you for considering this conversation. My name is Kavitha Rao. I live in Ward 1. I've been a resident of Beacon since 2010 with my family, and I don't have written down what I want to say. My heart is beating really fast. I'm here because it's horrifying what's happening with our taxpayer dollars. I'm here because we, as a city of a state that is a part of the United States of America, that has a huge, huge responsibility for what has been happening in Palestine and in Israel for decades, but definitely since October 7th, have an obligation to say something. I've been so moved by what I've been reading, what I thought was these various sides of this room and of our community coming together, and I'm hearing all this language about both everyone desiring peace, everyone desiring dignity for everyone, and yet, you know, I first went to visit Palestine and Israel in 1999 and 2000, experienced such immense hospitality by people, by Israelis, by Palestinians, and, you know, heard such beautiful language around peace and around hope. And I have continued to hear that as the situation has grown more and more unhumane, undignified, and unequal. And there have been more and more deaths. And I just urge us as a city to be as precise as we can, taking a side for a ceasefire as a city that does contribute towards the taxes of our country, being as specific as we can about the outsized role of loss, about the need to return prisoners and those who have been kidnapped and held hostage. Like, that we don't need degrees in diplomacy to do that. We need hearts. We need to wake up and stop procrastinating. And it's not just about a ceasefire, it's about not restricting aid right now. That is one of the biggest things needed right now. Food, water, basic medical resources. I mean, the horror of what's been happening there, everyone here knows. And stalling is just so incredibly, you know, it's so status quo. To just be able to turn a blind eye and to say, oh, we don't have the perfect language yet, we don't know the perfect resolution yet, and so we just should wait. Like, that's what's always been happening. And it's for us who live in relative safety and comfort to actually take a stand and make a statement. And I'm just been so proud at what I thought our city was ready to do. And I'm, you know, I share the concern of all that all have been speaking to in this room. So thank you for listening.
Thank you. Donna Minkowitz.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Donna Minkowitz. To be with you tonight, I am skipping a class that I love. I have lived in Beacon for 6.5 years. I run Lit, the monthly open mic for writers at the Howland. I want to say that I deeply appreciate the City Council drafting a resolution calling for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza. Every day I listen to reports from NPR where the death toll rises. More residents of Gaza note that they haven't had anything to eat for 3 days, and more say they have lost their entire families to the bombing, including children. But it's as a Jew that I really want you to hear me. As you may know, a growing number of Jewish Americans, especially young people, do not believe that Israel represents us or speaks for us. And we certainly do not believe that it acts for us or in our interests. Much of my career has been as a journalist investigating the far right for publications such as The Village Voice, The Nation, New York Magazine, and the Jewish newspaper, The Forward. Recently, this has included many investigative pieces about the growing neo-Nazi and anti-Semitic movement in the US, including, sadly, in our area where a disgusting neo-Nazi podcast channel was until recently located in Fishkill. Anti-Semitism is real and it exists all over the United States, including here. But the suggestion by a few of my neighbors that our local Beacon ceasefire movement is somehow rife with anti-Semitism is frankly ridiculous. I have seen exactly zero evidence of anti-Semitism in our movement. As a Jewish journalist writing about anti-Semitism, I have frequently been harassed online by neo-Nazis and anti-Semites. I have no concerns whatsoever about any anti-Semitism or harassment rising in Beacon from this resolution. I am calling on you to pass the strongest possible ceasefire resolution because I, as a Jew, am not kept safe by the bombing of Gaza. In fact, Israel's actions in Gaza are not only against international law, they are wildly counterproductive. Brutalizing, starving, and murdering the population will only create more terrorism. It will not end Hamas or free the hostages. There is no military solution to this monstrous war. There is only a political and diplomatic one. If you're interested in keeping me and other Jews safe, pass a strong ceasefire resolution. And if you're interested in projects which will keep Beacon flowering, pass a strong ceasefire resolution, because only that will take our tax dollars away from Israel's bombing campaign and enable our government to spend money on infrastructure, fighting hunger, small business, student loan forgiveness, early childhood education, and other projects that will help all the people of Beacon. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. Kim, tell us where you live as well. Kim? Kitam Nakle?
Hello again. Kitam Nakle, Palestinian, Muslim, not a terrorist. Let's talk about the Flower Massacre. 112 kids, 112 people died, 750 injured from Israel, the IOF firing at them because they were trying to get flour to feed their kids. Cold blood massacre. How about the 65-ton IOF tank that ran over a civilian, started at his feet, going all the way up with zip ties on his hands? The next day, the IOF is posting pictures of pancakes and mocking them, and thousands of Israelis are celebrating about that. Yesterday, my husband's cousin died in the West Bank. There's no Hamas in the West Bank, by the way, no Hamas. But he got shot in the West Bank, 13 years old, killed. My husband's cousin, his name was Zaid. 6 children died just recently of starvation. And then yesterday, protesting over here at the park, I saw all of you driving around a couple of times, smoke coming out of your ears, freaking out that we're there. You know who you are. But the best part of this is the ones that come with their babies here against the ceasefire. How do you come with your baby, rocking your baby, and not wanting to stop killing of kids? How do you do that? How do you bring your baby in here?
So talk to the council.
How do they bring their baby in here? There was one thing I wanted to say about that. The good news is, there is good news out of this. There is one thing that happened that's good. I was in the West Bank on October 7th when all this started. And it took me about a week, a little more than a week, trying to get out. And finally, I was able to get out. A young man, 22 years old, helped me out. He helped me and my sisters leave. He finally got out of the hospital. After 16 surgeries, I spoke to him this morning, and he finally was released from the hospital. And about the dead, decapitated babies, there's no decapitated. Our president, Biden, admitted that it was bullshit lie. There were no decapitated babies. And then why would you have a music festival on a board? It was planned? Yeah, it was planned. I believe that it was planned. October 7th was planned by Israel. Why would they, why would they have a music festival on the border? Why? Why would they do that?
Hang on. I need the audience to slow down.
planned by
and
Israel.
I need the speaker to speak to the council. Okay? We're not going to get anywhere yelling at each other. Okay? I need the speaker to speak to the council. I need the audience to be calm. Thank you.
So they say they want peace. How do you have peace? How do you have peace without a ceasefire? You
So
can't.
time is up too. Thank you. Hey, folks. Come on. All right? Okay? All right, we can stop the public comment, right? If the audience can't cooperate and we can't do this as a community, then we need to stop it, all right? So come on, you can do this. You've done really well so far. I get it. Some of the statements are really, really hard to hear. I get it. Okay, stop. Ali, you know better than anybody. You know better than anybody. You sat up here, okay? If you need to be removed, I can do that. All right? So please, I'm asking you all. Okay? Laura Bellizzi? Thank you.
I'm not working with him on the Spirit of Beacon.
My name is Laura Bellizzi. I live in Ward 2. This is not my first time speaking to the council. You may know me from my business on Main Street, where I worked for many years before becoming co-owner. My whole life is here in the city. When my elderly mother moved here after the death of my father, we talked about possibly joining BHA. Our Orthodox family are in Long Island, and while we have been able to observe Shabbos there with them occasionally, it is now too far a journey for her to make easily. A local group seemed like a great way to stay connected to our heritage and to our people. My mother's greatest pride is being Jewish, and I've always felt proud too. Proud to come from a legacy of resilience. I have to say, though, I'm thankful we never got around to becoming involved in BHA, and I sincerely hope to be able to consider it again in the future. Seeing this division over something that, in truth, really is so simple, yes, so simple, not complicated, is disappointing and heartbreaking. Never again for anyone. Ceasefire now. Stand against racism. As Jews, we should have learned from our ancestors. If our Jewish elders here and in Israel and all around the world have the courage to call this out for what it is, a genocide, and make the parallels between what is happening now at the hands of Israel and Germany during the Holocaust, why can't we? My education makes this a no-brainer for me. It's past time to stop victimizing ourselves and stand in strong defense and support of those enduring dehumanization and the threat of annihilation right now. I have to believe that opposition or attempts to co-opt and filibuster any progress stem from ignorance rather than malice. Please look at the evidence. It is unfortunately plentiful. Education is also readily available. Books like How to Be an Anti-Racist by Ibram X. Kendi, White Fragility by Robin DiAngelo, Anti-Arab Racism in the USA by Stephen Salanta, The 100 Years' War on Palestine by Rashid Khalidi, A History of Modern Palestine by Ilan Pape. Palestine and Palestinians need us. Gaza needs us. To ignore the more than 75-year context of violent expulsion, apartheid, and oppression, But to require a condemnation of a scapegoat when the resolution before you already declares protection for the innocent lives of all civilians in Israel and Palestine is only harmful. To call what is unfolding a war is grossly inaccurate. Gaza, Palestine does not have a military. They are starving and under a long siege. More than 30,000 innocent civilians in Gaza have been killed in 150 days, not to mention the nearly 500 killed in the West Bank. The infrastructure has collapsed under heavy bombing, bombs paid for by the United States and sent belligerently and indiscriminately by Israel.
Okay,
I have a little
thank you.
bit more, but I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Marissa Brink?
Hi, friends, community members. My name is Marissa Brink, and I've lived in Beacon for almost 16 years. I moved here because of Beacon's diversity and affordable housing market, both things that harken to a different time and a different Beacon. There's far more Black Lives Matter lives than Black neighbors now, but I still feel privileged to live in a community where my children can roam from one neighbor's house to another, where my neighbors know my dog by name and return him with love when he looks for his neighborhood friends, and where we collectively look forward to the opening of Ron's Ice Cream, the fireworks at Memorial Park in July, and where neighbors drop off food for young families with new Beaconites and shovel the walks of elderly neighbors. I'm imploring you as city council members, first of all, I want to say I appreciate you, and I appreciate you taking ownership of this process. I know it's not easy, but I appreciate it because it is important. I'm imploring you as council members to not include a condemnation of Hamas in the resolution, as some would like. The condemnation of Hamas as a qualifier for being able to express solidarity with the plight of the Palestinian people who are being murdered and starved is a slap in the face to those members of our community who are watching these horrors unfold as they wait to hear news of their family members' survival in Palestine. Including a condemnation of Hamas bolsters the claims of those in our community who continue to push the false narrative that this conflict started on October 7th with an act of terrorism by Hamas, which is while an inaccurate representation that minimizes the subjugation, displacement, and brutal apartheid system created by Israel, in which Palestinians have extremely limited freedoms, are under constant military surveillance, are routinely brutalized and harassed by the IDF, where children are arrested and imprisoned, and the list goes on. Please do not allow those who seek to oppose a ceasefire the ability to weaken Beacon's ceasefire resolution with language that seeks to whitewash the culpability of Israel and the United States by framing this as a war between Israel and Hamas. This is a war and a genocide against the rights of Palestinians to exist, and the framing of this matters. For me, as a person of color, as a woman, as a queer person, what about Hamas sounds like, why did he resist officers? What was she wearing? I mean, he's not gay, so he came on to him and he panicked. This kind of victim precipitation has no place in a resolution about genocide. As a voter, I expect those who hold public office to not just blindly participate in the systems of oppression, I expect them to assist in dismantling it. If it weren't for the tireless work of activists combating a media blackout and a suppression of Palestinian voices, there wouldn't be any resolution anywhere. It shouldn't be such hard work to recognize the humanity of our Palestinian community members.
Wrap it up.
All our struggles are connected. I stand firmly in solidarity with my Palestinian brothers and sisters and against Israel's genocide and the United States' complicity in it.
Thank you. All right, so folks, you're not helping by snapping, okay? Everyone's trying to be polite and respectful, and I think it creates a more difficult environment, right? It makes it harder for others to speak. Obviously, there's multiple views in this room, and we need to allow them all in and do so respectfully, all right? So thank you. The next one's Jamie Lovato.
Thank you for taking public comment today. I'm speaking today in my role as Executive Director of Fairground, a Beacon-based nonprofit committed to food justice for all. Fairground joins the many voices urging Beacon City Council to pass a resolution calling for an immediate permanent ceasefire in Gaza. As an organization committed to eliminating hunger in our community, we are horrified and heartbroken at the intentional starvation of Palestinians in Gaza. Since the beginning of this conflict, Israel has allowed very limited food aid into Gaza and has destroyed food production infrastructure, including farmland and fishing fleets. With over 30,000 Palestinians killed and 85% of the population displaced, aid groups are reporting that it is nearly impossible to deliver food in Gaza while this siege continues. On February 29th, more than 100 people were reported killed by the Israeli army as they gathered to obtain food from an aid convoy. The UN is reporting that a quarter of the 2.3 million Palestinians in Gaza face starvation. This is why we are calling on the Beacon City Council and all elected officials representing the Hudson Valley to call for an immediate permanent ceasefire. There is no way for enough food aid to reach Palestinian civilians to address this catastrophe without a permanent ceasefire. In all our work, Fairground embodies the belief that food is a universal human right. Children and families in Gaza deserve food just like children and families here in Beacon. We are heartened that you have drafted a ceasefire resolution and urge you to strengthen it by calling for immediate increased flow of humanitarian aid into all areas of Gaza. This is vital because aid is only trickling in from the Rafah border and not getting to the north of Gaza, where people are currently starving. Thank you.
Thank you. Chiara DeLello.
Hi, my name is Kiara, Ward 3. I'd actually like to read something on behalf of my neighbor, whom you know well, Sergei Krasikov. Sergei's kids are where I get all of the good information about Beacon City schools, since I'm a substitute teacher, and Sergei is the one that I call when I don't know how to deal with the tree that's overgrowing my yard. So I love him and his family dearly, and I wanted to read this on his behalf. I am encouraged to see the resolution calling for a ceasefire in Gaza back on the agenda for tonight and hoping to see it passed. I'd like to preface with a statement that in general, local governing bodies like this council should indeed focus their energy and time working on local and regional issues of direct consequence to the residents. But in exceptional situations, exceptions are warranted, and I believe we are in a situation like this. Bloodshed must stop, and we must use any tool, including a resolution by this body, to communicate our position to decision makers in Washington. I have a strong personal connection to both Israel and Palestine. My grandparents are buried in Israel. My cousin's young family are kibbutzim. They had to evacuate on October 7th of last year and shelter with friends. My aunt and uncle live in Jerusalem. In my professional career as a documentary filmmaker, I have worked with courageous Palestinian activists and artists fighting for peace, justice, and human dignity. I would like to zero in on this word, human, and by extension, humanism. While many definitions exist of humanism, a couple values underscore the majority of them. Respect for human freedom, autonomy of decision-making regarding one's life, and in the inherent dignity of all human beings. I hope that all in this room, and by extension in our community, can agree that these values are of unquestionable importance. The resolution in front of our council today calls to act based on these hopefully shared values. I also hope that none here need foreign affairs staff or ambassadors to accept that what is happening in Gaza today is a violation of these values. While Israel has legitimate security concerns, as any sovereign state would, what we are seeing is nothing short of collective punishment and an attempt at subjugation through utter destruction, misery, and suffering. I also hope we can all accept that the United States has it in its power to considerably influence the decision-making process of the State of Israel. And this is why we, the residents, are urging the City Council to pass a resolution in support of the ceasefire. The White House either doesn't hear or chooses not to hear the millions in this country who demand we uphold the human dignity of Palestinians and do what we can to preserve life and alleviate suffering.
15 seconds.
Please do the right thing and pass the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Hamad Al-Tura.
Hi, my name is Hamed Atura, Ward 2. I might skip my first paragraph because honestly, I'm really disturbed right now about the Islamophobia and racism that I've seen on display in this room earlier tonight, this evening. And I really sincerely hope that the council sees it too. Please, I hope that you recognize it, because I see it and it's coming out. It's like it's been waiting in the wings, that people said that we were past the 9/11 era and now it's set ablaze. Please, recognize it. Recognize it in the way that people have labeled us terrorist supporters and Hamas supporters instead of acknowledging that we're just advocating for the lives of Palestinians. Acknowledge the fact that there are people in this room who say statements like, oh, well, Hamas are all cushy in these rich Arab countries. And I want to tell them that Arabs are more than terrorists and oil-hungry oil barons. We are so many things more than that. And yet you are trading in these tropes to try to make a point. You should be ashamed. And last week, someone came into this room and they said their cousin, a soldier in the IDF, was uncomfortable sitting next to a Muslim. That is deeply disturbing to me. Your cousin is handed an assault rifle to police a Muslim majority group of Palestinians. And you can come out here and say, as a plea to humanity, that you recognize that and that you can advocate for humanity because you see that he is troubled and how it's ripping us apart. No, I'm disturbed. I'm scared for Palestinians because of people like your cousin. I don't feel for him. I don't feel for you. Why should I? I should have started with, I appreciate the council for wanting to pass a resolution tonight. I really do. And I just hope that you can take some steps in the resolution to help more accurately reflect the reality of what's actually happening to Palestinians in Gaza. The reality on the ground in Gaza in the last 2 weeks since we last spoke is that I'm seeing new, more creative cycles of violence, new creative ways of killing Palestinians. We've seen children sniped in the head, scores of deaths now every day resulting from famine. We are seeing massacred while trying to get aid. We are seeing Americans here in the United States set themselves on fire while screaming out Free Palestine in 2 weeks since we were last here. This is what happens when our government officials, when our local governments, when our federal governments shirk the responsibility of standing up against a genocide. So please, reflect reality
Wrap it up.
of what's happening to Palestinians on the ground and pass a resolution, a ceasefire resolution tonight. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, hold on, folks. Come on. You've done really well so far. You know, it's like we have to hear everyone. If we agree with them, that's great. But there will be others in the room that may not, so please be polite. Ali Van Patten?
Allie Van Putten. Good evening, everyone, council members. I'm Allie, 3-year resident of Beacon, Ward number 4. Thank you for making space for this conversation. I'm here to offer a few considerations as to why a ceasefire resolution from the Beacon City Council could foster the connectivity and call for peace that many have stood here 2 weeks ago and asked for. There seems to be confusion about taking sides, in that we're overlooking the wisdom of interconnectivity and collective liberation. Ceasefire is about setting the tone for an end to the Israel government's current decimation of Palestine. 300,000 dead, 3 times the size of Beacon, 70,000 injured, not including those starving and displaced. Ceasefire is also a return of the Israel and Palestinian hostages. Ceasefire is a step to ensure there is never another devastating October 7th. Ceasefire will acknowledge the history of oppression and violence in that region and signal a different way forward. Do we want a different path forward for Israel and Palestine? Do we want to demonstrate a more expansive and human-centered way of handling conflict? Ceasefire is not divisive, it is generative. It seems that some viewpoints expressed here feel that they are personally being attacked or their culture is not included in the ceasefire. I do not think that is accurate. Anytime we center the most oppressed, history has proven we bring everyone along. The same people who stand here today, to my left, and ask for an end to this violence, and some to my right, would identify with that violence if it was happening to them, would stand for you all when that moment came. Ceasefire is about humanity, no exceptions. Yes, it is true that there are those who use these moments to further their anti-Semitic and anti-Islamic beliefs, and yes, we must address that, but we cannot let that deter us from speaking out and taking action when unending repression and violence is happening moment after moment in Gaza, where access to food and basic human necessities is being deprived. It's a both-and situation. If we truly want unity as this community, we must de-escalate, pause, come together, and that is what a ceasefire begs for. Because what dialogue can really be had as bombs and gas are dropped on innocent children and families is happening in this very moment. Community justice initiatives have shown us in the past the impossible is possible, but we have to name it, ask for it, vote for it, chant for it in the streets, and believe it. I want to share something from Jonathan Lewis Dent, an actor and professor, that reminded us, what if at the end of this
15
life,
seconds.
the final question was, did you turn towards the suffering of the world or did you turn away from it? My fellow Beaconites, council members, this is your moment. Are we turning towards suffering or away? Please pass a ceasefire.
Thank you very much. Karen, Anusha Mehar? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Anusha Mehar. I live in the city of Newburgh, where I'm a proud resident of a place that has passed a successful ceasefire resolution that has caught fire and has inspired many other municipalities in our Hudson Valley. I want to thank you for your time and for your listening. I know that this is not an easy job for you, but it is the one that you were elected to do. Nobody said that it was going to be easy. I'm here to address something that has been circulating as propaganda in my own words. That is not something that we are all as privileged to do. For example, the beheading of the 40 babies, which was propagated by our own president, which has been repeated on numerous occasions in this room, is not something that the original authors or people who are there are able to, in this room, refute in their own words. I am wearing a jacket that I'm going to turn around and show you.
Come on, and that's great. Yep, thank you.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
This jacket says love, light, and sharp machetes. And I want to tell you that this jacket was a gift. This jacket is a protective amulet. It was screen printed 2 years ago by my best friend, a Jewish Puerto Rican American daughter of Oshun, steeped in many generations of the Ifa faith. It was made with love and intention. Love, light, and sharp machetes is an energetic amulet that says, move and choose peace in the world and compassion, but stay prepared for the dangers in this world, for there are many dangers in this world. I am a Sikh American, and we tie pagri, or wear a turban, and that is so that we can identify each other in these streets. Articles of clothing, for as long as cultures have lasted, have been integrated into cultures as ways that we can identify each other in these streets. And so really, I'm here to say, how dare you, to people who I know my work and the work of your fellow neighbors, your business owners, your peers, your previous friends in this community, to make us feel ashamed of asking for a stop to violence and killing of human life. How dare you make us feel ashamed of the ways in which we express that? How dare you make us feel ashamed for standing for the justice of our siblings in Palestine who are screaming, asking for us to do everything within our power to bring an end to this. You know, all clothes are costumes. We wear them enough, they take on cultural significance. And I want to actually I honestly am so bereft that I don't have the words. I thank you, and I just want to tell you that I have done work in this community. People here know. They know that we're not standing and asking for justice. We're asking for a ceasefire because children are dying hungry. The United Nations has said
Okay,
that the
wrap it up.
malnutrition is the most exacerbated rate that we have ever seen, ever, in our
Okay.
lifetimes.
Thank you very much.
I'm here to hand out a couple things.
Thank you. So, Karen Mendera. Thank you. Thank you, Karen. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Karen Mendoza.
Mendoza.
Thank you for the council for hearing us to speak tonight and listening to our concerns. Since the last time we all gathered, I didn't think it could get worse for Palestinians. I'm sure everyone has heard about what happened last week, known as the Flower Massacre. Palestinians gathered to receive aid because they've been starving and Israeli troops opened fire on them. Please tell me for 1 second if you think this is okay. That helpless men, women, and children are being targeted simply for trying to get food. I'm sure many were aware of the risks of trying to obtain supplies, and yet this happened to them. Over 100 Palestinians were killed and 280 were injured or more. We've also witnessed Aaron Bushnell, an active duty member of the US Air Force, set himself on fire in Washington, D.C. His last words were, "Free Palestine." Can you sit here and be okay with our tax dollars being used for genocide? A few days ago, I saw the body of a young man being crushed by an Israeli tank, an image that will not leave my head and that I am still processing. For perspective, a military tank weighs between 60 to 80 tons, which is between 120 to 160,000 pounds. This brings me to mind Rachel Corrie, a young American activist who was run over by an Israeli bulldozer while trying to protect someone's home from being demolished. This happened in 2003 when she was only 23. In 2024, I can't believe that we're still letting these atrocities continue. Please do not police our feelings, our anger, and frustration towards those who are dehumanizing Palestinians. Calling for a ceasefire is not anti-Semitism. Again, what we are witnessing is genocide. I hope the council tonight makes the right choice tonight and is on the right side of history. We are asking for a ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you. J.C. Calderon.
Good evening, J.C. Calderon, local architect, resident, Ward 3. I would like to share an excerpt of my February 26th letter to the council with the public. The full letter will be posted on a Little Beacon blog. Dear Mayor Kiriakou and honorable members of the City Council, I'm very grateful for all you do for the City of Beacon and for your longtime service to our community. Thank you again for considering the ceasefire resolution tonight. As a longtime resident and local business owner who cares deeply about Beacon and has volunteered extensively on its behalf, I'm appealing to you to reconsider your position and respond to our community's visible pain in an adequate and timely manner. I understand, like you, I have watched in horror the crimes against humanity and war crimes committed on and since October 7th. I understand how the issue of supporting a ceasefire may appear complicated, but like Occam's razor, I believe the truth is not the more complicated response. I hope you will consider my thoughts on the matter. 1, a ceasefire resolution requires both parties to stop. It does not in any way justify any prior atrocities, such as the attack on October 7th. We are all watching what the International Court of Justice voted is plausibly a genocide. 2, a ceasefire resolution is not in any way anti-Semitic or does not cast aspersions on the Jewish people, culture, or religion. We have a right to be critical of our government spending, military spending. It is that spending that has led to the killing of some 12,000 innocent Gazan children, more than the total number of children killed in all combat zones in the world from 2020 to 2022. 3, a ceasefire resolution would address the trauma in our community. Please listen to our community who is looking to you for leadership. As Martin Luther King Jr. said, quote, "There is such a thing as being too late," end quote. 4, a ceasefire resolution is aimed at elected officials who can make a difference and whose votes can stop the killing. 5, A ceasefire resolution is the effective tool required at this time to get the attention of our elected officials. A statement from the council would fall short of the goal. 6, a ceasefire resolution would not further divide our community. It would begin the healing that can be followed by dialogue and discussion. 7, a ceasefire resolution is the minimum that is needed before peace can be reached. As Doctors Without
15
Borders noted
seconds.
this week, it is, quote, the only hope for the people is a ceasefire. 8, a ceasefire resolution does not require a PhD in Middle Eastern Studies. You can stand up with those who are calling for cessation of the attacks, especially as it is our federal
time has
government
elapsed.
and our taxes that are making possible the killing of innocent Palestinian civilians.
All right,
Thank
you got to
you.
stop it. Yep,
Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca Azzarelli?
I'm Rebecca Azzarelli, and I have lived in Beacon in Ward 3 since 2009. I'm Lebanese and Syrian. I have family from my mother's side that live in southern Lebanon today. I'm here to support a strong Beacon City Council resolution for a ceasefire in Gaza. I believe that we must use every available tool we have in a democracy from the bottom up to make this horror stop. I so appreciate the Council's thoughtful response to the community push for a Gaza ceasefire resolution. You were honest about what you didn't know and you listened to us. You took this opportunity to expand and deepen your knowledge on this issue, and I recognize that you've had to navigate listening compassionately to conflicting perspectives on a resolution from the wider community, and that is really stressful. But now, at the end of the day, the moral path is clear. Most community members I've heard have said they do want a ceasefire, whether or not they want a city council resolution on the matter, or to call it a ceasefire, which, by the way, assumes bilateral by definition. And the discord now seems to be around the language of the resolution. So I ask you to please don't dilute the language, name the facts. Statistics are important to include to send a powerful message upwards to the state and federal government. Many have sent you edit suggestions that include statistics to add for context, and we shared a printed version with Pam of these details on Saturday. At least 30,000 people have been killed in Gaza. Over half are women and children. People are now dying in ever-increasing numbers of thirst, starvation, and malnutrition, disease, wounds that would normally be treatable, and exposure. 16 children have died of starvation, and many more face the same fate. I wrote a draft of this early today, and I went to check the number for accuracy, and it had already gone up. Come on, Beacon, we can't be okay with this. Let's be a city that finds the moral courage to pass a resolution now. A permanent ceasefire and real facilitation of humanitarian aid to all areas of Gaza is absolutely necessary and very urgent. People who've been opposing the resolution also want a ceasefire, so I think the good news is that we can get this done tonight. Let our little city be a part of the chorus of municipalities calling for a ceasefire. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Lena Rizkala?
Lee, Ben needs to take a break, so I'll be timing this and possibly the next one.
All right, thank you. Is it Lena? Sure, come on up.
Thank you.
Yeah, welcome.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I don't have a printer. First, I want to say thank you for all the work and time you've put into wrapping your head around the issues at stake here. I know that digging into a genocide was not what you anticipated when you took this role, so I know it's been a struggle, and your efforts are very much appreciated. I'm here to ask for a strong ceasefire, strong words, context, and to pass the ceasefire tonight. Resolution. Over the past few weeks, we've talked about how diverse and open Beacon is. You pass houses with all the signs that say, Black Lives Matter, I love my Muslim neighbor, we believe in science, all those signs, all the signs. But people outside of Beacon have told me how surprised they are that the council was initially against this resolution and that it's taking so long to pass it. Look at how open-minded and diverse the city is, or how it appears. What I find troubling is that when you remove the signs of what you believe in, what's left is perhaps a lack of conviction. And conviction and courage in demanding what's right and using the right words to provide context for what is happening right now in Gaza is what's needed in this moment. I've been a Palestinian all my life. I've seen how the West portrays and perceives Palestinians, Arabs, Muslims, brown people were terrorists. Why else does the West demand that first, before we talk about the atrocities happening to us, to our people, the injustice of death, destruction, land theft, unlawful imprisonment, before we even get to that, they ask you, do you condemn Hamas? We are, even before we ask for a ceasefire, even in this room, we are terrorists. Our demand for peace is actually terrorism. And even after we explain that not all Arabs are terrorists, like everyone else, we are not our government, the damage is already done. The West and people in this room have done an excellent job of dehumanizing Arabs, so good that even after 5 months of being continuously bombarded by their well-funded occupier, Israel, a ceasefire in Gaza is still being debated. Even looking at the scenes of death, destruction, starvation, misery, there is still an air of suspicion. But do you condemn Hamas just as two 5-month-old Palestinian twins die when their house is bombed by Israel, as another baby dies of starvation, another boy walks 12 miles just to look for food? Do you condemn Hamas? I'm asking you to have conviction, to see yourself as a Palestinian for a moment. Mayor Lee, imagine you've gone to this Greek Orthodox church all your life, the one that was centuries old that was bombed by Israel in November. Perhaps you knew the little lady who made coffee after church, or the auntie who made homemade pastries, and they were all killed when Israel bombed your church. How do you feel about that? Amber, imagine you're in your tent and you say goodbye to your husband as he sets out to meet the sole aid truck that's arriving with flour and provisions. You're so happy because you've been watching your children starve to sleep, and they're crying from hunger and you can't do anything about it. How do you feel? For 5 months, I've landed on a word that perfectly describes the way the West, the way the people in this room see Palestinians even as they lay bleeding: cynical. Cynical is forcing a population out of their homes, displacing millions, dropping
Your
bombs.
time has expired.
Cynical is when you provide bombs, munitions, artillery shells, and 38,000 meals to feed 2 million starving Gazans.
Thank you
Context
very much.
is everything. Please use your conviction. Thank you.
Thank you. Salman Sandhouse? Salman? Sure. But tell us who you are and what community you live in.
My name is Azi, and I'm a member of the BHA community. I don't want to go back on a lot that was said so far. I want to actually point on two issues. One is I want just everyone here to imagine that you are living here in Beacon, and a group of people outside of the other side of the river in Newburgh decided to start bombing Beacon. And after bombing Beacon and taking terror of their own neighbors out of houses and churches and hospitals in Newburgh, they came and asked you for a ceasefire. This is exactly what's happening right now in Israel. The people that bombed, the people that kidnapped, the people that are terrorizing their own citizens are here to ask on their behalf to have a ceasefire. That does not make sense. They want to have something that, you know, it sounds good. We all are for ceasefire, but the ceasefire...
Stop, please. Come on.
Stop.
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 We'll have...
Stop. All right, hang on a minute.
Lee, do you want to remove?
Really, come on. You don't have the floor.
This is out
You
of
don't have
hand.
the floor. I'm going to remove people if you keep it up. Okay, please. Everyone else has been really polite. There's been a little bit of clicking. I can...
Just stop.
Excuse me. All right, this is the last one. Okay, I'm really sorry. Everyone else has been very polite and has not been sitting there interrupting folks. You're not trying to, no one else is trying to take control of the floor. And I'm really sorry. I need to make sure that this community works and that we have an opportunity all to speak and that we can all hear you. All right? Reset the time for this individual, if that's okay.
Ben, reset the time. He's back.
Okay.
I paused the time at
Go
1
ahead,
minute
sorry.
and 30 seconds.
Thank you. This is is exactly the tactics that are being used to intimidate all of us. But calling a ceasefire is only a diversion for what we all should have been here and doing it. In every normal country in the world where hundreds of people, citizens, children, women, elderly people were kidnapped, loving people would have put yellow ribbons around their houses, around trees, and will every day come before their local government and ask for stronger opposition to the kidnapping, not cooperating, not giving any information, not giving them medication, not showing any sign of any situation. Yes, there are people right now in starving and in bad shape in the Gaza public people. But those people are suffering because their own people did not stand up to the Hamas that kidnapped them. So with that in mind, we have to understand we cannot resolve it over here. But what we can do is just figure out a way how to recognize that we have right now hostages that are in need of help and be coming back home.
Thank you. Is it Diane Sayre? Okay.
Thank you. I'm Diane Sayre. I'm an activist and candidate and was campaigning here in the street. I'm from Rockland County and ran into this fight, and I just got back from an interfaith conference in Detroit, Michigan, which is the state that has the most cities which have passed ceasefire resolutions. I'd like to thank you and the council for recognizing the importance of taking a stand against genocide, and I would urge you to strengthen this and pass the resolution. I find it shocking that in 2024, speaking against genocide and demanding our own government stop supporting genocide after the International Court of Justice has found reason to believe that genocide is being committed by Israel against the people of Gaza is controversial. Many Americans, myself included, often wondered why the German people failed to stop Hitler from murdering 6 million Jewish people and millions of others, but we see now how it happened by the silence and even support for genocide from our friends and neighbors, expressing alarm and outrage that 100,000 Palestinians are dead and wounded, including 12,000 dead children, that cities, schools, hospitals have been leveled to dust, that 90% of 2.3 million people are homeless and starving, does not make one a terrorist sympathizer, an anti-Semite, and does not indicate endorsement of the attack of October 7th or the taking of hostages. That's a story from media rags like the New York Post, which wish to divide us and prevent peace. We will be judged by history on our silence in the face of the crime now raging. I also have endorsed a proposal put forward actually by Lyndon LaRouche in 1975 called the Oasis Plan for a two-state solution, massive infrastructure development, greening the deserts. There is no reason why, when the killing stops and there is a Palestinian state and an Israeli state, that these nations cannot be prosperous, peaceful, and committed to work together against the common enemies of mankind, namely poverty and disease. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lena Mason.
Thank you to the council for having us here tonight. My name is Lena Giselle Baines Mason, and I live in Ward 2. Originally came to Beacon in 2010 and grew up across the river in Orange County. I didn't know I was going to be here tonight. I don't have anything planned, and I want to offer that because I wish I could deliver the eloquence that so many have delivered on behalf of this movement. I will do my best. I am reflecting on the many times in history when a dominant group has used language of fear to justify violence against another group. And I think of the millions of indigenous populations that have been wiped from this planet with that language being used against them. I think of, and is continuing on the land we stand on now. I think about the way that there's a group here tonight who is calling for a ceasefire, for an end to this violence. And that group is also being accused of being pawns in some nefarious plot of higher players. But that reflective capability might be offered to the other side, because aren't we all getting algorithms targeted at us? So maybe everyone needs to take a stop and think about where your information's coming from and why you might think what you think. What we know is that tens of thousands of people, including children, have been brutally murdered, are being actively starved. And as humans, we have to feel that in our bones as being deeply morally wrong. And we have an opportunity tonight here to join the chorus of communities that are saying, no, we call for a ceasefire to that. And I want to offer to you, council, that that is not bending to the will of a group. It is doing the job you were elected to do, to hear the calls from your constituents who are concerned, to gain information on that and to arrive at the language that you have. And so I urge you to pass that, because in this moment in time, if you can't feel in your bones the pain of all of those who are dying, then I ask you to stop and reflect on what is left of your own humanity.
Thank you very much. Aaron Ashoka?
Good evening. My name is Erin Ashoka, and I am a resident of Ward 2. I want to thank the council for pivoting and moving forward with drafting a ceasefire resolution, and I urge you to act tonight to pass it. The ongoing attack on Gaza requires urgent and immediate action. As a mother, I see my son in the faces of every murdered or starving child. I see my family in the stories of families torn apart by indiscriminate bombing by the IOF. I see my community in the communities that are starving, and I know that I must be in solidarity with the Palestinian people. Do you recognize our shared humanity? I'm here tonight because I will not stand for living in a country that aids in the murder of over 30,000 Palestinians and counting, and aids in the starvation and suffering of millions more. The thing that is in my power is to urge my electeds, those of you who hold more power than I do and who are elected to represent my voice, my power is to urge you to pass a ceasefire resolution. Are you doing everything in your power to put an end to the genocide? This resolution calls for many of the things that I've heard folks in this room say they want. It calls for a bilateral ceasefire. It calls for a release of the hostages. And as many of the folks in opposition have said, it doesn't ask you to weigh in on the diplomatic solution here. It recognizes the humanity of the Palestinian people by calling for the aid that is so desperately needed. I am so deeply sad to hear that that is controversial. And I think we all know that if you truly want peace, you must first stop the bombing. I urge you to strengthen the language to meet the moment, to acknowledge the over 30,000 Palestinian lives lost, to acknowledge the destruction of key infrastructure in Gaza, including hospitals, water wells, and educational institutions, and to make the connection between what is happening in Gaza and the West Bank in our Beacon community. Thank you.
Thank you. Vikas Ashoka, although it says on behalf of Sergei Krasikov, so someone delivered that, but I gather. Okay, come on up.
Yeah, I was supposed to speak on behalf of Sergei, but thanks for talking about the ceasefire resolution. I know it's hard. I hope you pass it tonight. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Yin Mei.
Hi, thanks for having me. Yin Mei, Ward 2. I love our community. I've played at open mics. I've met many of you individually. You are all wonderful people. I hear you. We have suffered loss, real loss. Why deny it? Why can't we stand together and say that we want the violence to stop? If we have never stood for an international topic we care about, why have we been silent? Silence has no power, no weight. Silence is resentment building, fear hiding. So I ask you, have you read this resolution? It is our voice. It is fully named Resolution Number 30 of 2024, calling for an immediate and permanent ceasefire and uniting for peace. I have been listening tonight, and I tried to find the words in this resolution that ignored you, but all I see is that this resolution was written to stand for our community with empathy for everyone affected. It acknowledges and states that we do not condone the violence that each of you have stated and that you also do not condone. So what would you change? Please tell me. Please offer specific options. Asking for peace is not invalidating you. Don't let fear rewrite what it means to ask for peace. Newburgh, Hudson have already passed resolutions. Our silence might be interpreted to mean that our town justifies condoning an ongoing loss of life. Asking for peace cannot possibly make us terrorists. That will not make us more safe if we do not pass this resolution. I urge you to see the wisdom of this ceasefire resolution for peace, for united peace, whatever this resolution is. It does not say the words that you all find difficult to accept, does not agree on. It does not say free Palestine. The word genocide is not stated. We did not mention Hamas. It also did not name each atrocity, but rather the resolution supports all of those who have suffered, especially the hostages, the innocents, and deaths of civilians who suffer on both sides of the conflict. The resolution groundedly says that we want peace and we do not condemn the violence we see. The resolution does not actually fiscally cost us anything, and it will relieve us as a community from being a community that condones violence publicly. If we didn't start the fire, then let us ask to seize it. And I urge you not to start the next fire. Violence is never okay. We can do better, even if the world outside of us cannot. We do not need to dox each other. We do not need to yell. We can hold our emotional capacity. It requires so much resilience, even though I hate it. But we can do it. I just want to eat watermelons again with you, okay? I don't want it to feel threatening because it shouldn't.
15
and yes,
seconds.
we have been wronged. We still love those who are innocent. When we speak of loss, remember our humanity, our kindness, compassion, and courage, and what we stand for publicly. We lose if we win at their cost. I hear that you're scared.
Thank you.
I hope that it's not me. I made a poem for you, but I'll invite you out to listen to it over at tea.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mark Klein, let us know where you're from, Mark.
Yeah, Mark Klein. I've been connected with this community for about 20 years. My son was bar mitzvahed at the shul. See the rabbi here. I also had now I live in Highland. And I belong to Shumray up in Poughkeepsie. And I'm very concerned with what's happening. I feel very sorry for Maurice here. His sister was killed, and brother-in-law, and his grandniece and nephew are now held hostage right now. And I've also had relatives who were killed my age, my father's age, my grandfather when he had to run down the street when his parents were burnt alive in a house in Lithuania, an American Jew. And had relatives in Morocco where they had the same kind of thing and had to run to Israel when it was established again. My father, I remember his situation and his stories about the war, and it took him about 40 years to finally calm down when he heard a German accent. I had a mother-in-law. She was hid in a chicken coop while her mother was dragged away and killed. And one of the things that I can see right now that's happening today in this room is when Eisenhower, at the end of the war, and he saw the death camps, he brought the local people there and he filmed it because he knew people would deny what was happening. People would deny the Holocaust. I believe people here right now believe that that happened. Just like people here right now said things that these children weren't beheaded and killed, and women weren't raped, and men's genitals weren't destroyed, and babies weren't burnt alive in houses. It's happening right now. Eisenhower was right, and it's happening today. And it's not a happy situation right now. A matter of fact, I know this for a fact that happened to the babies because I know the aunt of one of the workers that went and had to put the heads and the bodies together to bury them. It's a big thing to get buried when you're Jewish. And I know people whose relatives had to do that very uncomfortable thing of what's happening right now and what's happening. And I have to say, when you look at the press, and here's a picture right here of Yaha Ansar kissing the CNN AP reporter because he likes what he does. This is how skewed the press is. This is how we've been lied to. Once again, Eisenhower was right. Here's another example of a hospital that they said was bombed
15 seconds.
by the Israelis, and it wasn't. It was a Hamas rocket that went in. 1/3 of all rockets by Hamas killed their own people. So please, don't bother with this resolution. It doesn't belong in City Council, and thank you for everything
Your
you do.
time has elapsed.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you very much. Is there a Nisi Lee?
All right. You know.
Tell us your name and
Hi,
what community
I'm
you live in.
Nisi. I am from Wallkill. I moved down here about 6 years ago. I am Jordanian with Palestinian heritage. My grandfather, Jiddo, was the Prime Minister of Foreign Affairs for Jordan for basically his entire life. I'd like to say I'm pretty well versed on this. I haven't seen a lot of anti-Semitism in here tonight, but I have seen a lot of racism. I've seen a lot of, it's funny how hypocritical and ironic these statements are. I do have something prepared. I'll try and be brief with this because this needs to be said for my brown people in the room. Our bodies have been paraded around like fucking traffic cones to prove our humanity. For what? For us to stand here and debate? I heard people snickering over someone misspeaking and saying 300,000 instead of 30,000. Does it make it better? How dare you sit there and snicker? I don't sit there and snicker about October 7th. Okay? All right. That needed to be said. And also, the racism does need to be called out. And you guys restarted a racist person's time without calling out the racist comments he made. And all of you are talking about how it's wrong to justify all of one group or based on all of one ethnicity or race based on one group, and yet you call us Hamas. You call us terrorists. You call us the Houthis. You call us the Hezbollah. As long as it's not a human, right? Just like the N-word. That's what it is. That's what it is, dehumanization. And also, I am going to finish my statement because you restarted his time. I am finishing this statement regardless of the time. And because my Arabs have not gotten enough time, and we were all very respectful when 5 Zionist people got up here justifying the deaths of our people without even saying anything. I woke up today, rolled over, and unlocked my phone to a picture of a child who had starved to death. I suppose it is easier to call him a child rather than his name. Yazan al-Kafarna, and you can see my face. Yazan suffered a slow, agonizing death by starvation, not because we don't have enough to feed him, but because the United States and Israeli governments refuse to allow humanitarian aid to the people of Gaza. While protests against tanks shooting innocent civilians in Gaza are met with massacres, a rave has been organized in Israel to protest humanitarian relief from reaching 2 million people, or what is left of them. It is the obligation of this council, as well as all others, to reject genocide. While we debate over whether the lives or the deaths of 30,000 and the loss of 70,000 is or isn't justified.
Time's up.
Children die, women die,
Please
families
wrap
are
it up.
trapped underneath the roofs that once sheltered
wrap it
them.
up.
If it were our children, would it be a debate? If it were our mothers, daughters, sisters, aunts, would it be a debate? If it were our families trapped underneath the rubble we once called home, would it be a debate? If we were brown or Arab, would it be a debate? Then why are we wasting time debating whether or not the death, loss, and displacement of an entire group of people is or is not genocide and ethnocide?
This is a colonial genocide that we would have to address our own. The land we've stolen, the buffalo we've killed, the culture we've decimated and mocked, the people we infested with foreign diseases and let their children and families die. And who has the time to do that? Seeking accountability would mean
You're done. Get off.
Palestinians, but for all of the people in the entire world who deserve the right to speak out their themselves and their homeland. I come before you today to Iranian Palestinians as we said as President Harper said.
Please send them, we need an officer. You will send them immediately. Lee, I've called the police.
Come on, folks. That really was unacceptable, right? Both by the speaker and a number of people here, right? We don't serve our community when we do that. We really, truly, truly don't, all right? This was not even a person from our community, and they took the floor.
Mayor.
Excuse me.
Mayor.
All right, come on.
Mayor,
Come on.
Can we go?
Come on.
Mayor,
Folks.
can we take a break and speak as a council? This is completely out of hand.
Excuse me, it just
everybody's
like,
been-
stop, everybody. Just stop, okay? Just stop. Take a minute and take a deep breath, please. All right? We're not going to, stop. Ali, you know, you're the one who ought to know the best on what it's like to be up here, and you don't, okay? Really? You single-handedly are making this really difficult for our community. Please stop. Please stop. You have some responsibility. You know better than others. You know me really well. Excuse me. That was the person interrupt.
Just cancel public comment. You
All
have
right,
the right to cancel
I'm about
public
to stop.
comment.
I'm
Clear
about
the
to end
room.
all this, all right? Take a deep breath, everyone. Come on. Okay? Please, let's not have any more remarks that aren't people at the podium. Let's do our absolute best. Okay? Paul? Is that the right name? Yeah, I understand. Why don't you start up, Paul?
Test. Hello? Again?
I could hear you.
You can hear me? All right, we're
I think you're speaking to the mic directly.
like that?
Yeah, you're good.
I got you.
Go for it. Yep.
Okay. I come here today as a proud Jewish person, raised in a proud Jewish house, in a proud Jewish community right across the river. I only bring that up because this is not a religious issue. This is not an issue regarding anti-Semitism, as some have claimed. I have not seen any of that. This is an issue regarding humanity and regarding the war crimes and atrocities portrayed by Israel every single day on the Palestinian people. This, in fact, goes against every Jewish value that I was raised in. Israel is not representative of my Jewish faith, and I think of the Jewish faith in general. So I urge you, our representatives, to represent humanity and vote an end to the genocide. Vote for a ceasefire immediately. Enough is enough.
Thank you very much. So I'm very respectful of that remark, and I appreciate that it also respects the audience and also the venue. Thank you. Zineb? Thank you. And tell us where you're from as well and your name.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Zainab, and I'm a constituent in Congressional District 18. Unfortunately, Pat Ryan currently serves as the representative of the district. However, he does not represent me as an Arab, Muslim, American in any way. I speak on behalf of both communities when I express that we do not feel safe because of him. Hopefully, he won't remain in his seat for too long. I want to make it clear from the beginning there will be no dialogue with the ceasefire opposition, not until we ensure the safety of the people in Gaza and the West Bank. And that can only happen with a permanent ceasefire. Only then perhaps we can consider a discussion on how to free Palestine. As a citizen in this democratic capitalist country, I'd like to have a say in where my tax dollars are being spent. I'd like to have the option of whether I want my money going to fund foreign countries or not. Like, for example, I don't want my tax dollars going to Israel or Ukraine. And I believe it's my right to make that choice. We are only 8 months away from the elections, and you might have heard of the abandoned Biden campaign, initiated by Arabs and Muslims. Yes, we might not have the numbers to make someone win, but we sure have the numbers to get someone out of the race. As we've seen it successfully done in Michigan. We will not let you get away with another Arab massacre. We will never forget, and I'm positive you won't either.
Thank you. Jesse Van Amber.
Good evening. My name is Jessie Van Amberg, and I'm a resident of Ward 4 in Beacon. I'm here tonight to urge the council to pass a strong resolution calling for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza, which, to point out very quickly, the current draft of the resolution explicitly calls for a bilateral ceasefire. I am not sure where folks are getting their information. I resent the accusations from folks in this room tonight that those of us who want a ceasefire are brainwashed by Hamas. I am a human being with eyes and a heart who is sick and tired of watching children get killed every single day on social media. Just on Friday, over 100 Palestinians were killed and hundreds others wounded trying to get food from a supply convoy, as other people have mentioned tonight. It's being called the Flower Massacre because starving civilians were gunned down by the IDF, the very military that has murdered 30,000 Gazans, destroyed hospitals, leveled entire cities and neighborhoods, and cut off access to most humanitarian aid. American tax dollars, billions of which goes to fund this military instead of paying for things here at home like healthcare and housing and climate change mitigation, made that slaughter possible. There is blood on our hands as Americans, and every day of inaction, every day when we do not boldly stand up and disavow these atrocities committed in our name and on our dime, stains us further. I refuse to continue to be made complicit by our federal government's support of the slaughter, and there are millions of us all over the United States who are sickened by what is being done with the full support of our government. We need to put all the pressure we can now on our federal leaders who are failing us and failing the people of Palestine with their blind support of a government that is committing atrocities against innocent civilians. We must add our voice as Beacon to the voices of dozens and dozens of other municipalities demanding that there is a ceasefire now. Please pass this resolution with the edits asked for by this coalition tonight. Palestinians quite literally have no more time to wait. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. George Wolf.
Good evening, George Wolf, Ward 4. I want to thank you all for your patience and your perseverance this evening. I agree wholeheartedly with the mayor's workshop comments that this resolution is entirely outside the scope of what you should be doing. The council members you never got an answer from council member Demonsky's question of what the origin of this resolution was. I think many believe that that was outside. I believe that too. I would note that what is local is the Islamophobia and the anti-Semitism, of which you have had examples cited to you over these weeks. And at the workshop, you were wordsmithing those very words. You were working very hard to create connections to substantiate a local city act. One council member stated explicitly that you needed to do that. I think that in and of itself proves the point. It was outside the scope. It is outside the scope. This is not a local issue. The local connections were added after the fact. They were not local issues that gave rise to this resolution. It was an outside political effort. It was not centered on this community. I urge you not to set bad precedent. If this alone is an exceptional circumstance, you will spend 100% of your time not working on local issues. You should vote this down on those grounds alone. It is terrible precedent. It will be regretted, and especially as we enter a very contentious election cycle. I'd like to talk briefly about building community. I don't know if all of the council members believe in building community as one of their duties of being a council member. I do believe that community building should come before attempting to go wildly beyond the scope of local legislation. Even if council members take the position that they are neutral on community building, this effort has done the opposite. It has broken community down. People are fearful of walking out of here individually from this building. Just last week, that is a stark example of community breaking down. At a minimum, I would hope, going forward, that your next order of business is to put and formulate appropriate restrictions on the scope of resolutions
15 seconds.
Going forward. I think that building community, and the mayor had mentioned a convening authority, I think you should use whatever tools are in your toolbox to do that. It's too late to have done it first, but do it now and repair the damage. I vote.
Thank you very much.
Ask you to vote it down. Thank you very, very much.
Nathan Pollock.
Hello. My name is Nathan Pollock, and I am a Jew from New Paltz. I had something written for this meeting, but instead I'd like to share 2 quotes from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. I am not afraid of the word tension. I have earnestly opposed violent tension, but there is a type of constructive, nonviolent tension which is necessary for growth. Just as Socrates felt that it was necessary to create a tension in the mind so that individuals could rise from the bondage of myths and half-truths to the to the unfettered realm of creative analysis and objective appraisal, so must we see the need for nonviolent gadflies to create the kind of tension in society that will help men rise from the dark depths of prejudice and racism to the majestic heights of understanding and brotherhood. The purpose of our direct action program is to create a situation so crisis-packed that it will inevitably open the door to negotiation. Sorry. I must make 2 honest confessions to you, my Christian and Jewish brothers. First, I must confess that over the past few years, I have been gravely disappointed by the white moderate. I have almost reached the regrettable conclusion that the Negro's great stumbling block in his stride toward freedom is not the white citizen's counselor or the Ku Klux Klanner, but the white moderate, who is more devoted to the order than to justice, who prefers a negative peace, which is the absence of tension, to a positive peace, which is the presence of justice. One who constantly says, I agree with the goal that you seek. I agree with the goal that you seek, but I cannot agree with your methods of direct action, who paternalistically believes he can set the timetable for another man's freedom, who lives by a mythical concept of time, and who constantly advises the Negro to wait for a more convenient season. Shallow understanding from the people of goodwill is more frustrating than absolute misunderstanding from people of ill will. No matter how you vote tonight, you will not be voting for or against Hamas or against or for the state of Israel. You are choosing whether to support the continued killing of tens of thousands or whether enough is enough and it should stop. I urge you to take the constructive tension tonight and send a message to our government to pass a ceasefire. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. That's everybody on the list. Let me just stop a moment and have a conversation with the council. It's 9:15. We've been listening to public comments for 2 hours and 15 minutes in our half-hour public comment slot. I would guess that there are probably some in the audience who would like to speak, and then we also have several dozen people online. I don't know if they've raised their hands or not, but it's a fair group. What do you all want to do? Just.
Well, I personally can't imagine discussing the topic at hand and then letting people make their voices heard after. So while it's late, I think it's our duty to hear from everybody that wants to speak.
Others?
I'm up for staying and listening to as many people speak as need to.
You need to.
Oh, I am up for staying and listening to as many people speak as need to, as long as we keep our decorum.
I'm also fine for that. I just might need a bathroom break at some point, as might others in this room who don't want to miss anything. So, but I'm not quite there yet. So I think depending, I'm trying to keep hydrated, but it's a balance. Yeah, so I think I'm fine. It looked like there are a couple of hands raised, but there might be a point that I apologize in advance if I'm the one that or you're the one that I interject at, just to take a break, and others can as well. So that's my only request.
Let me do the following. In the room, is there anyone who hasn't spoken who'd like to speak? Raise a hand. So we're talking about 10, 8, somewhere in there. Okay. Can I ask this too? We'll let everyone come speak. Try to keep your remarks brief. We've been here a long time, and I think we will hear you better if they're shorter. And let's start over here, this gentleman. And then give me that show of hands again. I just want to see it, because I can kind of know where to go. Okay. Very good.
Hi, Council. My name is Ray Roy. I live in Ward 1. I have 2 children in Beacon School District and another one on the way. I want them to grow up in a town they are proud of. I spoke here last time at public comment. I am an American Jew. I have family in Israel. Israel does not represent all Jewish people. Zionism is not the same as being Jewish. I only learned these things very recently, having grown up in a household where you equated Israel with being Jewish. Not knowing any better, not having my horizons opened until I moved to the diverse town of Beacon and worked for a Palestinian family and heard words like Nakba, Google Nakba, 1948. I am also concerned at what seems to be a double standard. And I hear talks about controlling ourselves, and I see policing towards one side, not towards the other. And Mayor, you said we've been peaceful. When I spoke last, I told you I was assaulted on my way up to the podium. I'm sure for wearing a keffiyeh. I think you were asked to investigate what happened. I don't know if that happened, but there is frankly a concern for safety, and a ceasefire resolution will address that concern. I stood on the corner this weekend with community members of every ilk, of every creed, and I watched as children, a woman, a mother with her 2 daughters around the age of my daughter, where people would drive by, and yes, we got a lot of support, but there were also people that drove by, for some reason targeting the most defenseless people in this crowd, giving the middle finger, screaming terrorist at these children. And I felt I have the privilege and the ability to put myself in between and stand up and say something. And it doesn't matter how many it was too many. But unfortunately, I'm sorry to tell you, it was all white men that called these children terrorists. And that is exactly the kind of thing that you would be taking a stand against if you come out and say ceasefire, you give the facts, you give the statistics, you paint an accurate picture.
15 seconds.
And stop engaging in what is, I see now, a militant right-wing propaganda colonialist. Like, everything that you learn is wrong. Aaron Bushnell, since I only got 15 seconds, self-immolation. The last time self-immolation happened was Vietnam. Remind me again, was America the bad guys then?
Okay. Thank you so much. Can I see those hands over here? The woman? Thank you. Tell us who you are and where you live.
Hi, my name is Allison Spodek. I live in Ward 4. And I'm going to do something a little different than most of what we've been hearing, which is I'm going to say thank you. I'm going to say thank you not just to the people on the council for your immense time and patience, but to the people on both sides of the aisle who have spoken with compassion and humanity. And it is not everybody from either side. I want to say that the initial push against resolution, at least from me, was to avoid exactly what we've seen here tonight, was to avoid people who do not live in Beacon, who have really strong feelings, coming in and saying things that are so hurtful. And I mean that in every direction. I am hurt and I am ashamed. And that was where that original push was. And at this moment, I don't know what the council should do, and I am really glad I'm not in your seats. I do know that what's happening in Gaza is awful. I do know that people are not paranoid when they are afraid, on any side. And I'm thinking about what happens after tonight. I'm thinking about what happens whatever the council decides. And I really want to say thank you to those people who I've heard express opinions that I don't always agree with thoughtfulness and compassion. And I hope that they're able to see that not everyone in this room, no matter where they're standing, is saying the same thing. And those differences and those subtleties need to come out in face-to-face conversations. That doesn't say yes resolution or no resolution. I'm so saddened, though, that we got to this point. It didn't have to be here, but here we are. And I'm going to invite everyone in this room to think about what happens next. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me see the hands again. So on the far right there, the woman, yeah. Tell us who you are and where you live.
Hi, I'm Allie. I'm a resident of Ward 3.
Last name?
Do I have to say that for public comment with a room full of people?
All right.
Okay, I'm Allie. I want to just take a moment to send love to everybody in this room and around the world who is experiencing pain, fear, anxiety, stress, hurt. And I'm just sending you a little bit of love and kindness to know that you are not alone. I want to recognize that being on City Council right now is a thankless job, from my opinion. No matter what you do, it will likely upset somebody. And I have deep compassion for you. But I also believe that you can't make decisions and make everybody happy. At the end of the day, you have to do what you feel is right in your heart. But I believe it is our moral obligation to call out injustice whenever we see it, whenever it is present. And I personally think more of the times when I saw something happen that I knew was not okay and I didn't say anything. More so than the times when I did stand up, do the hard thing, and call for, and kind of like, I'm kind of losing my words. But I think it's important to speak clearly with love and determination in support of a ceasefire. When faced with a hard decision, I ask myself, what would love do? And in this case, I believe that love would call for an end to the violence, and it would do so boldly. Love would call for a ceasefire. Love would feed the hungry. Love would tend to the land. Love would free those who are oppressed around the world. And while we cannot free everybody, we can use our voice. We can use what power we do have to call for a ceasefire and to make it clear where the city of Beacon stands when there is injustice happening and when our money is being used to fuel violence. I'm going to leave you with the loving kindness mantra. May all beings everywhere be happy and free, and may the thoughts, words, and actions of my own life contribute in some way to the happiness and to that freedom for all. Tonight, you have the opportunity to take action in support of life, liberty, love, and the pursuit of peace and happiness by passing a strong, bold ceasefire resolution. I want to thank you for your time and hope that you will call for a resolution, ceasefire, peace now.
Thank you. Just need to see the hands. So in the back, I think it was Dave. Is it David? Yeah.
Good evening. I'll try to...
Tell us your name, where you live.
Yes. As most of you know, I am David Jensen. I live in Ward 4. I am currently on the planning board, and as you also know, I'm here speaking in my own individual capacity. I appreciate the time that you've dedicated to this. In appreciation for that, I will try to be very brief. There are circumstances that rise to a point where all people of good conscience must take all available actions that are reasonably within their reach. I think this is one of those, and I encourage you to adopt the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. So, come on, folks. All right, hands. So this woman here. Thank you. Tell us who you are and where you live.
My name is Lauren Rule. I used to be a resident of Beacon for many years, but I can't afford to live here anymore, so I live in Newburgh. I didn't expect to speak tonight, but I appreciate you all taking the time to open up space for additional comments. I know some here have voiced concern to the council that you should only be focused on local issues, but we, as community members of the Hudson Valley, are affected by the world, and it would be ridiculous to think that we should only focus on what's happening here. I think it's important that this community and all of the other communities in this area take a stand and add to the number of municipalities voting for a ceasefire resolution. The only way to move towards peace and to move away from the genocide that's happened is to add pressure to the government to push for a ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, I need to see the hands, so help me out. So right there, yeah, sure. It was easy to see you, sorry. I'll get to everyone though, right?
Thanks, Lee.
Let us know who you are.
I'm Brianne Figlia. I lived in Beacon on Washington Avenue for 15 years. I currently reside in the city of Newburgh. My 2 children attend Beacon City schools. I'm here in front of you tonight as an Arab American woman who has walked around with a pale complexion her entire life and has heard all manner of disgusting things spoken about my people, my family, and my culture. I am exhausted and sick of the erasure of Arab Americans right here. We are here in front of you. This is a local issue. My son made the sign that I've been carrying today because he is exhausted as a 10-year-old child, knowing that children just like him. There's no difference between the children that you love here in America and the children that were born in Palestine, other than that we are willing to bomb them to death. We are willing to fund a genocide. It is exhausting and it is disheartening and it is certainly a local issue. I am begging the council to pass the ceasefire resolution tonight so that my children can go to school tomorrow and feel proud of the community they live in, so that they can go to school tomorrow and know that if 30,000 of them were wiped out, you would do something, because it's happening now. They are being wiped out. We are being eradicated. The reason that children are being sniped and murdered is because they know that Arab people are strong and we will fight for as long as there's a generation to fight for. We won't stand for more, and we beg you to pass this ceasefire resolution with strong language. There's no need to condemn anything but the genocide that's taking place in front of your faces right now. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hands? So over here. Yeah, sorry. Just again, let us know who you are, where you live.
Hi, my name is Alex, and I live in Ward 4. Thank you for your considerate deliberation. I don't envy your position. I don't claim to represent anyone but myself, but I am an expectant father in Ward 4, and I expect to raise my family here. I hadn't really thought much about Israel until 2019 when I met my wife, who is a secular Israeli. I would like to take my time to dispel some misconceptions about the conflict in Gaza. I visited Israel to meet my extended in-laws and see how my wife grew up. I visited a predominantly Muslim neighborhood in Tel Aviv called Jaffa. I would compare it to the local audience as it's a Middle Eastern Bushwick, a largely minority community of Arabs that is also a melting pot of new, forward-thinking, vibrant art. And yes, there are also some hipsters there. This is emblematic of the demographics of Israel. 20% of Israeli citizens are Arabs, and they live under the same set of laws. To quote Beacon's chapter, the purpose of this charter is to provide a legal framework for organizing and operating the government of the city of Beacon. To quote Hamas's original charter, there is no solution for the Palestinian question except through jihad. If you're looking for a genocidal, anti-Semitic movement to protest, this is it. Before becoming a political movement, they were a terrorist organization. They blew up buses. This is what they mean by intifada. When peaceful protests call for intifada in Beacon, this is what it means, killing Jews.
Stop.
Violent speech precedes violence. This is violent speech. On October 7th, Hamas launched its October 7th offensive, not simply to kill, mutilate, rape, and kidnap Israelis, but with the hope of instigating the neighboring Middle Eastern countries to join in the attack. Israel recognizes this was a true existential threat to their existence, and they've acted in kind. Israel is no saint. Netanyahu himself is a vile person who has aligned himself with far-right activists in Israel. They seek to occupy the West Bank and Gaza in defiance of the peace deal. His government's actions leading up to October 7th directly cause it, and he needs to go too. Israelis are pissed, and they've been protesting the government since the latest closed-door deals made him prime minister, seemingly in opposition of the public's will. Lasting peace in the Middle East cannot happen with Hamas and Netanyahu's cabinet in power. International coalition needs to take control over Gaza in the short term. Any ceasefire agreement should also call for the immediate resignation of Netanyahu and Hamas.
Wrap it up.
I have a lot more to say, but I'm not going to make it. And I just want to say thank you very much. And
okay, thank you. So,
free God. Come on.
Be respectful. Come on. Stop. 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 Okay? All right, hands? Sure. Come on. Tell us who you are, where you live.
Hi, I'm Marissa. I lived in Beacon for 6 years, and I still currently work here right on Main Street. And I'm very thankful to serve this community and see a lot of faces that I love to serve every day and have really wonderful conversations with. And I thank you, Council, for giving us the opportunity to speak about this tonight. One thing I'm going to be very short and brief because I just want to bring up a point that a young Israeli girl brought up in a video she made a few days after surviving one of the kibbutz attacks on October 7th. And what she expressed in the video that really, really struck me and stuck with me still to this day when I watched it maybe on October 9th, was that she said, 2 kids, she was about 18 years old, I believe. She said to her and the children around her that the bombs sound the same, no matter where they're dropping. It doesn't matter if they're dropping in Gaza or if they're dropping on the kibbutz right on top of them, because to them, they can hear it. They can hear their neighbors in Gaza being bombarded, being under siege, and it traumatizes them as well as the people also going through it. And she was recording this video after she had been evacuated to a hotel off of the Dead Sea, because of course that's, they got everyone out of there safely as fast as it possibly could, understandably. And she was calling on her government not on Hamas, not on Palestinians, not on the United States. She was calling on her government to take a stand for her people and hear the voice of her people, because she doesn't think that her government understands that when they drop bombs on her neighbors, that they all sound the same. When they hit the ground and decimate villages and people and kill them, they all sound the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Hands? So in the back there? Thank you. Tell us who you are, where you live.
Hello, my name is Liz Velez. I live in Ward 2. I've lived in Beacon for a long time. I have a few things that I would like to say. Number one, I really don't want to do a history lesson right now, but let's do one really quickly. Zionism began as a movement at the end of the 19th century, and by the beginning of the 20th was working with the Nazis to create the state of Israel. Additionally, the Nazis caused their genocide, took out their genocide on millions of people, including 6 million Jews. And they took their guidebook from this country and our genocide of indigenous peoples. So I will not stand here and listen to propaganda about how Hamas is in control of what's happening in Gaza. I am so angry at the fact that propaganda and lies are being permitted and admitted into this record with no challenges, with no rebuttal, with no admonishment. People are dying right now. People are dying here. Please understand that this history of violence comes from us. We are funding it, and it needs to stop.
Thank you. Hands? In the back there, come on up. And then the one next to you after that. No, go ahead. Tell us who you are, where you live.
Hello, I'm Katerina, and I'm at Ward 4. Thank you, council members, for creating this space to talk. I can't imagine how hard it is, and we appreciate your efforts. I know that's not an easy task. I will start by saying that I strongly support a bold and permanent ceasefire. Permanent is an important distinction here. I come to you today as a human. I come here heartbroken, barely able to put into words the atrocities that we are witnessing. And I can feel the loss and the harm that's being done actively in this room. My heart goes out to all of you that are hurting and all of you that have experienced loss. I urge you and everyone here to look deep and search for your humanity. Think about what kind of ancestor you want to be. We are witnesses to horrors right now. That takes responsibility. Being a witness is powerful, but we have to do something with that. We have a responsibility to the peoples whose lives are being lost, to the thousands of children. We all have immense power right now to make change. And you might think that this isn't a local issue, but clearly, after many hours and hours of people expressing their thoughts, it is. And when you start local, you can make change, because that is how change happens. We start as a community, and we continue forth. Creating a ceasefire would bring protection and safety to so many people, and if you do not do that, you will be actively harming your community. I'm begging you, I'm truly begging you with all my heart, please, please, vote yes on the ceasefire, permanent ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you. And then the woman next to her, come on up. Tell us who you are, where you live. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nicolette Dakin. I am a resident of Glenham, so although I'm not a voter, I'm part of the school district.
Could you use the mic?
Sorry. I spoke to you 2 weeks ago, urging you to pass a ceasefire resolution. I am back again, asking you to pass the strongest version of a ceasefire resolution possible. As a Jewish person who wants peace, I have found allies of all ethnicities and religions. When you have asked for a dialogue that includes all sides, I'd like to remind you that the side advocating for a ceasefire already includes Jewish, Muslim, and Christian voices. We are a multiracial, multi-faith coalition calling on you for peace. And yet, the other side, my fellow Jews, seem to stand alone against a ceasefire. The last time I spoke to you, I said that you do not need an advanced degree to understand that what is happening is wrong, and that is true. At the same time, I will speak to you tonight as a doctoral student in social psychology with a specialization in political psychology. We know what informs terrorism and what causes terrorism. People have been studying this for over 50 years. It is lack of economic options, widespread loss of life, trauma, desperation, and asymmetrical warfare where reasonable avenues of diplomacy are closed. People do not become terrorists because they are mentally ill or evil. They engage in terrorism because they are desperate. Israel's actions do not make Palestinians safer, and they don't make Jews safer. In any reasonable long-term view, we are more at risk as long as Israel continues these war crimes. And although I think we should be focusing on the over 30,000 Palestinian lives that have already been lost, I don't want to dismiss the concerns of other members of this community. So I think it's important that we understand that although those concerns are valid, they are just not backed up. They're not truthful. So lastly, I want to challenge the misdirection we've heard earlier tonight. A ceasefire resolution is exactly that. It is a call for the cessation of all hostilities. It does not condone violence from Hamas. It does not permit violence from any party. So I urge you to stand strong and pass the strongest version of the resolution possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Over here. Oh, yeah, here's the one. Come on up. Tell us who you are, where you live.
Hi, my name is Kim. I'm from Ward 4. I'm Atz's wife, and I'd like to echo some of what he's been trying to say, and we're out of time. I'll try to keep it as short as possible. I grew up, born and raised in Israel. My family been affected directly by October 7th, and way before. Egyptian descendant. A lot of dear friends of ours are now dead after October 7th. The morning of, I woke up and didn't know where my brother was. He was supposed to be at the Nova party, where the Israelis, many young Israelis were massacred and raped. Luckily, he was in a party nearby. Unfortunately for him, friends were kidnapped, friends were killed, and the whole day we could not reach and find who is where. I would like to say that I support a permanent ceasefire. I support peace agreement. I support two-state solution. I support, and I'm sad and angry for what's happening in Gaza and in the West Bank, but I do not call for a resolution. And I think you should vote no on this resolution. It will not help us as a city of Beacon. It does not speak to it. The ceasefire has already been offered over and over and over again to Hamas. Sinwar is unable. There is no one to talk to. Just today, Hamas canceled, did not accept and declined a ceasefire, a permanent ceasefire, a semi-permanent ceasefire, whatever is proposed. So all I'm asking is vote no, because there are bigger matters in this city that we can do than try to convince the ones that are already working towards those resolutions, right? It's already in motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hands? Sure, Justice. And then you're after that, all right?
Hi, City Council. My name is Justice McCrae. I currently reside in Ward 3, and I want to thank you for taking the time to listen to all the voices here in this room tonight. It's been a long night, so thank you for pushing on. And I'm here because I don't want to look back at this moment in history and say that I didn't do everything that I could to prevent genocide, to stop a genocide from continuing to happen. And a lot of us here are moving, are grasping at straws, and we're moving in a place of hope and a place of love. And we're doing everything that's in our power to end the genocide and to ask for a ceasefire. I know the council didn't want to spend a lot of time on this, and here we are. And I don't think anyone here wants to see people dying, but here we are. And honestly, I'm 27 years old, and to make this personal, I didn't think I'd live this long. It's hard to imagine a future for yourself when the reflection of your elders isn't there, because you don't see yourself reflected in your elders because of government inaction. And as a queer Black person, I don't see myself reflected in my own community, and I have had such a hard time seeing a future for myself. And I can only imagine how people who have bombs dropping on them every day feel, and what they're going through every day. And I know that we're just one small city, but I don't want to move from a place where we feel like it's not worth trying. I want to do everything in my power to try. And I'm moving right now in this place of hope and love. And maybe the ceasefire resolution won't make a difference, but what if it does? So I really hope this council supports the ceasefire resolution and can be proud of the way that they moved tonight and look back and say that they did everything that they could, that you guys did everything that you could. Thank you.
Thank you. So, gentlemen, come on up. And can I just see hands as they're coming up? I just want to see where they are. Okay.
You have 4 online.
All right. Great.
Yeah, but 38.
Let us know who you are, where you live.
Yes. Good evening. My name is Elizabeth, and I'm a proud resident of Newburgh, where we have an incredibly brave city council who had passed a ceasefire resolution. I want to provide a quick vocabulary lesson. Ceasefire, a temporary suspension of fighting, typically one during which peace talks take place. Semite, a member of any of the peoples whose speakers spoke a Semitic language, including in particular the Jews and Arabs. When you cry out anti-Semitism for the criticism of Israel, you completely erase the existence of Arabs. People who oppose a ceasefire are saying they're scared. Scared of what? Scared for all hostages to be released? Scared for humanitarian aid to enter into Gaza? These people have the privilege to hide behind their white skin. But Arabic people, Palestinians, Muslims, and anyone who could be confused as any of the listed above are actually in danger. They're being threatened and harassed, called terrorists, and flipped off. I have done weekly rallies in Newburgh where children show up and people literally flip off children. And these people, they don't have the luxury of hiding. This movement has not created division, it has created community. We've cared for one another, fed one another, and kept each other warm every Sunday in this cold winter weather. I'm sure it's incredibly confusing to hear such conflicting comments, but I hope you all possess critical thinking skills. You now have these definitions, and it is very clear and not complicated. Please pass the ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see those hands again. So, gentleman here. And then there's a person over here. Yeah, let her know. Thank you. Let us know who you are, where you live.
My name is Peter Schlemowitz. I live at Jackson Street in Beacon. I think the question is democracy. It's about participatory democracy. Democracy means that you must be, as a citizen, involved in whatever's going on locally. The genocide, the Israeli genocide, clearly recognized by the rest of the world, by every leader except Biden. It requires a democratic swell from the people, from the ground up, not from the top down. I think that's the real issue here. And the only way for it to be resolved, as you can see, we have a large turnout of democratic participants who are morally inflamed by this genocide. The council must pass this resolution. The fact that the council even wavered from the beginning, didn't pass the resolution, just shows how out of touch this council is to the people of Beacon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let us know who you are, where you live.
Hi, my name is Tony Meck. I currently live in Glenham, but I lived in Beacon for 8 years and worked on Main Street for several years as well. I feel the tension in this room, and I believe, as my comrades have explained, that it is because of unchecked racism. I believe it is because of unchecked Islamophobia. I can only imagine how painful it must be to have to sit and listen to people justify the bombing of your homeland and the genocide of your people by equating you with terrorists. If you set a standard here today that these things are unacceptable, if you make a clear statement as a council for a ceasefire, we will get closer to the peace that you seek. Silencing the outcry of those hurt from oppression only escalates the matter. I do appreciate the work the council has done on the resolution thus far, and I also want to speak to how important it is that there is specific language in the resolution that accurately describes the devastation in Gaza. Language matters and specificity matters. This moment feels very familiar to me. In 2017, I remember reading the testimonies of our undocumented neighbors in our city in hopes of passing a sanctuary city resolution. I remember watching the council waver on that language, ultimately scrapping the word sanctuary for the more vague welcoming, safe, and inclusive community. That was 7 years ago, but I remember the disappointment like it was yesterday, and so do many people in the community. We will remember for years too if this resolution is diluted down to platitudes. The current draft resolution, while again I appreciate the work on the City Council on it, it contains much of the same language about peace, unity, safety, and welcoming. But there can be no peace without first telling the truth. There is no welcome if we are too afraid to name people's pain, and we dishonor the dead when we refuse to name them. Newburgh, Albany, and Hudson all included language in their resolutions which specifically names the numbers of those killed in Gaza since October 7th. Just as in 2017, many other municipalities in New York did elect to use the word sanctuary city when Beacon elected not to. I urge the council to adopt the proposed clauses which name that over 30,000 Palestinians have been killed since Israel's aggression on since October 7th, as well as to include in the resolution the naming the desecration of Palestinian homes, hospitals,
15
universities, and infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hands over there. Thank you. Tell us who you are, where you live.
Thank you for this. I had no intention of speaking tonight. My name is Paula. I live in the town of Poughkeepsie. I belong to Beacon Hebrew Alliance. Many of my family members live in Beacon, so I am very concerned about what happens in Beacon and in the world. I am a peaceful person. I don't like war. But I do take issue with words being thrown around that are not being used in the proper context. And to follow the person who just read a definition from online, the word genocide is being thrown around here as though it's a given. Genocide is the intentional destruction of a people in whole or in part, acts committed with intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group. And I take issue, excuse me, I take issue with the idea that the Israeli war in Hamas is a genocide. Genocides are conducted by people who begin the war. Hamas, if you read their charter, Hamas's charter states the destruction of Israel. And I just want to set the record straight that the IDF, more than any other army in the world, sends leaflets to the people who are going to be harmed. The reason that the I do not condone the destruction. My heart bleeds for everyone. But I do not understand why Hamas cannot be condemned in this resolution, because that is the core of the problem. My hope is that we will see peace. I don't know if it will be in my lifetime. My hair is white already, but that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, folks, come on. Help us out. All right. I know you don't like hearing everything you're hearing. I'm sure no one in the room does. But there's no reason not to be respectful. Okay? Even if you think the person is stating something incorrectly, you need to let them speak. Sure. Come on up. Let us know who you are, where you live.
Hi, my name is James Case Leal. I live at 55 Sargent Avenue. I'm really, I want to say moved, that might not be the right word, but the emotions obviously are really high. There's so much pain. I've been hearing when we say that both sides, it's just by happenstance that it has split with people on one side and one the other. I've experienced tonight people who I know well who are sitting on this side and we're avoiding eye contact. It's really, it's painful. And I know that was mentioned early on as maybe some reasons why we shouldn't get into this, right? I want to call attention to the fact that I think there's some real failures on the city level that have made this much more difficult and created a lot of the pain. The first of which is, and I believe this is the mayor's decision, was to put the city in contradiction with its city charter and dissolving the Human Rights Commission. I think that a Human Rights Commission historically has been a group of people in our community who represent many aspects of our community, have experience as social workers, and I believe that had they been instated, as our city charter requires, requires a minimum of 5 people on the Human Rights Commission at all times, I think we would have been having these conversations in October, right? This would have been this wouldn't have been, I mean, it's been urgent from the beginning, but I don't think that this all airing out here necessarily had to happen this way. I think it's worth also mentioning that the city did take a position on this very early on. When we can go back to the swearing-in ceremony, we can look at Yvette Valdez-Smith's campaign launch party, where the mayor was essentially telling people that the police were on call to stop anyone from engaging with Congressman Pat Ryan, right? We're talking about tiers of democracy, why are we talking about this here in the city? It's because our federal level is failing us. And when we look at history, this historically has come up in the United States history. In 1965, cities were so appalled by our federal government's failure to stop the Vietnam War that cities passed resolutions, right? This happened again during South African apartheid to move the federal government to divest. It's happened again in 2003 to stop the Iraq War, right? And now it's happening again. What these all have in common are not actually have anything to do with the specifics of the histories of those regions. I mean, Vladimir Putin got on TV, on American TV, like a month ago and tried to tell us that we should let Russia have Ukraine because the history is complicated. How much do you really know about that? And I don't know that much about it, to be totally honest. But as somebody who is socialized, an American male, I have been taught about war so much.
15 seconds.
We know what a war crime is. We can see it, right? We have an idea since the bombing of Hiroshima. We've decided that we are not going to hold civilian populations accountable. We're not going to attack hospitals, right? We are not going to sell natural gas fields of Palestinians to American companies, which started happening after the invasion.
Okay,
right?
thank you. I appreciate it.
Please vote for this tonight. It's gone on way too long. Please vote for this tonight. Thank you.
All right. Any other hands? All right, so I'm not seeing any other hands. Okay. And then I think at some point council needs a break.
Okay, I'll be very fast. I'm Muslim.
Tell us your name and what
My name's
town.
Parisa Karami. I'm in Pam's ward, Ward 3. I really appreciate Pam has met with us and really listened so deeply to what we have had to say. And I know everyone in our ward really has a deep respect for her now, for doing this whole process little by little with us and became on a deeper level. I'm Muslim. I was born in Iran. I came to America as a child during the hostage crisis. My father came a year later. Our house in Iran was seized by the Iranian regime to lodge soldiers. I mean, it's similar to what's sort of happening with Israel now. I'm also, I don't know if I mentioned, I'm a quarter Jewish, Ukrainian Jewish from my mother's side. What I wanted to say was, I'm sure all through history, people who, I had said this to Pam, in municipal positions were discussing parking or biking, and had a crisis occurred where they had to take that moment and I'm sure in the scope of their life it was for the better. And it's so painful for me just to see Hamad when he came up here coping with the implicit racism towards Muslims and Arabs in this room. It's just something that, because it's just unseen. And I know that the black folks in this room can see it so easily, and that the white people, they cannot see it. And it's hard to see. And I just want to say, it's so easy to be anti-Arab in this country, and it's been extremely painful to watch, because it's not, because it's, to be called anti-Semitic, it's so easily thrown around. And just, I personally, just,
15 seconds.
I want to say that I have witnessed, since October 7th, I have witnessed the most worst things I've ever seen in my life. And it was been a privilege for me to witness them. And I have seen already, before October 7th, I had seen terrible things, but these have been the worst.
Thank you so much. Okay, there's one more hand in the back. Again, tell us your name and where you live.
Hi, my name's Joseph Linksman. I'm a resident of Ward 3. Thank you for your time. I didn't come prepared to speak today. I wrote to most of you. I came back from another meeting and see that we're still in here. I found myself compelled to come up to the podium a lot because of definitions, and hopefully I have time to share a personal story. One, if we want to talk about definitions, the speaker before me, a couple speakers before, was right on the head. If we want to talk about genocide, genocide is a crime of intent. Hamas and the other actors in Gaza have genocidal intent. Since October 7th, before October 7th, after October 7th, they haven't stopped. There are still hostages. There are still rockets every single day. If you want to talk about definitions and anti-Semitism and Semitic languages and Semitic people and all of that, that's true. But the word anti-Semitism was coined specifically about the genocide of the Jewish people. And to take that away and to take away our pain and our history is what's happening. Anti-Semitism comes in all different forms, and it changes from generation to generation. When my family moved to America, I have seen the paperwork. None of them could circle white on their paperwork. And back then, there weren't all different choices. It was black or white, and they were black. No Jews, no blacks, no dogs. That's the history. And to take that away from us today, we've become the colonizer, the white European. Whatever's angry and whatever's evil today is what the anti-Semite calls the Jew. I'm going to repeat in public a story that I've shared with the council in writing. But as part of trying to bridge the gap and speak to people who I thought were reasonable on the other side, the argument presented back to me is I had family members who luckily came over to America, very easily could have gone to Israel. Instead, in the 1920s, when they had to make their decisions and they had to run away from the Russian pogroms. And they chose to come to New York. That doesn't make us refugees for generation after generation after generation. People got to work, they started with nothing, they built families and businesses, and here we are. And what do I get told in Beacon? That you're a white gentrifier, and you might be colonizing here anyway because of who you are. There is no safe to be a Jew. Anti-Semitism is real. And the fact that this proposed resolution carries zero legal weight anywhere just throws more fuel onto the fire if this council chooses to engage with it. I hope you reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you. So I don't see any other hands. Do we want to? Oh, okay, sure. I'm just trying to get the council a break, but let's do this one. Tell us who you are, where you live.
Matt Bloom, Ward 2. This is going to be the shortest speech of the night. I wholeheartedly concur with what the last speaker just said. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your brevity. Council need a break?
How many raised hands do we have online?
You have 4.
I mean, we can get up if we need to. I feel like let's just
You have 4, but you have 37. So once you start in online, you could have many more.
I mean, we have to hear the people online. So.
All right. So let's start up with those online. If you individually need a break, I suggest you take them because we're going to be here a while still. Ben, if you let us know how to queue up those that are online. The only thing I would ask, as I asked everyone here, is just to consider brevity in that there's a lot of things that have been said already, and if it's a repeat, we certainly want to hear your voice, but keeping it short would be actually very much appreciated. So what you got, Ben?
If you're on Zoom and you'd like to make a public comment, please use the raise hand option at the bottom of your screen. If you're joining by phone, you will need to press *9. If you're watching on YouTube, you will need to join the Zoom by visiting beaconny.gov if you wish to make a public comment. We currently have 4 hands raised, first of which is Julie Winterbottom. Julie, you have the permission to speak whenever you're ready.
Yes, hi. I want to thank the council for its patience, and it's been a long night. I just want to very briefly say I speak wholeheartedly in favor of a strong resolution for a permanent and vigorous ceasefire. I want to just quickly echo what an earlier speaker, Donna Minkowitz, said about what I consider the dangerous and disingenuous conflation of a condemnation of Israel's genocide with anti-Semitism. Those two things are not the same. I think it's very important to keep that in mind. I also want to say that it does matter what a city the size of Beacon says. Movements to stop violence and movements with a moral imperative come from all directions. That was true during the Vietnam War, and I'm old enough to remember that. And I think we should be proud to make a stand now as a small city because our federal government is not doing what it needs to do. Another thing I want to just say is that your worry that this is outside the scope of the city council, I don't think you need to worry about that. I believe that the scope of the city council is to listen to the citizens of Beacon, to feel their pain, to take it seriously, and to respond in the best way that you can, which in this case I think is a resolution. And the last thing I want to say is that I hear, no, we need to stop and build community first. I think that's disingenuous. I think that's a way to avoid action. We have a built community. It's here. It's speaking out passionately. It's a compassionate community that sees what's happening to both our neighbors here and to 30,000 and rising citizens of Palestine. And that community is asking you to act. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Phoebe. Phoebe, you have permission to speak whenever you're ready.
Hi, thank you so much for again making time for people who cannot be in the room tonight. Hi again, I'll try to keep this brief. My name is Phoebe Zinman. I'm a 13-year resident of Beacon. I now live in Ward 3, and I'm a Jewish American. I want to speak to two issues tonight. First, I believe that we are a community that is in conversation with one another. People have defined a lot of words tonight. For me, this meets the definition of dialogue, of community conversation. A conversation does not always mean that you get what you want. Sometimes it means that you just have to listen to other people's viewpoints and accept them. I've been in conversation with you, my council members, with my neighbors. I have been so honored to get closer to Muslim members of my community and also other Jewish members of my community that I've come together with in solidarity around this issue. I think we're talking for hours. This is it, it's already happening. Second, the other thing that I would like to respond to quickly is that I feel the sense from a lot of the people speaking who are opposed to a ceasefire or opposed to passing this resolution that has to do with the legitimacy of anti-Semitism. And as someone who grew up with a lot of anti-Semitism, I grew up in a school district with a pretty significant skinhead and neo-Nazi population. I was, told I was going to get gassed on many occasions before I was 14. I had pennies thrown at me before I even knew that it was something against Jews. I have endured a lot of anti-Semitism, and not ever for one moment would I think of using that as a weapon. If anything, it makes me more compassionate, empathetic towards people who are victims of Islamophobia. And I just The idea that anti
15 seconds.
is like a sword that can be wielded to oppress and suppress people's opinions is doing us all an injustice. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Cutter House. Please identify who you are when you begin speaking. You now have permission to speak.
Hello, my name is Rana. I am a constituent of Pat Ryan's. I take my children to activities in Beacon. However, now we are staying safe at home and always informed. I just wanted to touch on something. I originally wasn't going to talk about this, but I wanted to touch on something that was mentioned today. My family are refugees of 1948, much like those in Gaza, who originate, for example, from Yafa. It's called Yafa. They were forced out of their homes by those they welcomed into their homes as refugees. So when those two people who spoke about Yafa, I think it's important to tell this story. A local Poughkeepsie resident lost 20 members of her family who originated from Yafa and were refugees in Gaza. 3 of the people survived at first, one an elderly man who eventually succumbed to his injuries. He is a refugee from Yafa. He was the elder of the family. The 2 remaining survivors are a 22-year-old young man and a 10-year-old little girl. Both suffered from injuries. I don't know if anyone's in the crowd that I sent the photos to, but if you can share those photos, I'd appreciate it. I'd like to point out that they also referred to the Palestinians from Yafa as Arab. I didn't know this originally, but this is a racist way Israelis try to erase the Palestinian identity, trying to lump all Palestinians with other Arab nations is like America calling Puerto Ricans to go to Venezuela because they speak the same language. We are our own people. We are Palestinian people. We have our language, which is Arabic, yes, but we have our own dialects. We have our own culture. We have our own foods and traditions and stories and history. The land that you call Israel was the land of my people. The land that you call your home, where your families live and your friends live, was once the land of my family. They can't go back there. So when you say Arabs, you mean Palestinians. And when you say that you're equal on that land, we are not. You are living on the land that we cannot return to. We cannot call Yafa our home. My family this is not the first genocide. My family had to leave their homes due to a genocide in 1948, and they lived in a barn and under a tree for a year and a half, then came to Jordan and depended on UNRWA, an organization that the US is refusing to support right now. The US is one of the very few who are refusing to recognize the occupation of Palestinian people, the genocide of the people in Gaza, and the terroristic settler violence happening in the West Bank right now, where my family lives. I think it's important to stand for ceasefire to show that we are all safe. It's not singular.
Thank you very much.
You have 4 more.
Okay.
3.
Next speaker is Danielle. Danielle, you have permission to begin whenever you're ready.
Hello, my name is Daniel Atona. I live in Poughkeepsie, but I organize all across the Hudson Valley with Mid-Hudson Valley DSA. Tomorrow, the city of Poughkeepsie will be considering a ceasefire resolution. I welcome all pro-peace, pro-ceasefire supporters to join us in solidarity tomorrow. A ceasefire is supported by DSA, For the Many, Make the Road New York, Indivisible, Jewish Voice for Peace, BCAN, the Working Families Party, and more. A ceasefire is supported by the American Postal Workers Union, United Electrical Workers, American Federation of Teachers, United Auto Workers, CWA, 1199 SEIU, the AFL-CIO, and more. A Reuters poll found that 68% of Americans support a ceasefire, including 77% of Democrats. A Data for Progress poll found that 74% of likely voters support a ceasefire, including 83% of Democratic voters. According to polling from the Institute for Social Policy and Understanding, 57% of Jewish Democrats and 78% of Muslim Democrats support a ceasefire. The only way to stop the violence and release the hostages and political prisoners is with a ceasefire. The U.S. government has the power to call on both sides to negotiate a ceasefire. You, the Council, have the power to call on the U.S. government to take action. Last year, the Beacon City Council passed a resolution calling on New York State to pass a law banning dumping radioactive waste in the Hudson, a resolution urging New York State to pass a law for the right to counsel in eviction proceedings, and a resolution urging Governor Hochul to establish a reparations commission. These were resolutions from the city calling on the state government to take action. A ceasefire resolution from the city calling on the federal government to take action isn't any different. This ceasefire resolution is relevant to Beacon. Beacon residents' tax dollars are funding Israel's military. According to the Congressional Research Service, the U.S. government has provided over $240 billion to Israel since 1948. According to the New York Comptroller's Office, our state government has purchased over $267 million in Israeli war bonds. Our tax dollars should be used here in the Hudson Valley. Our tax dollars should not be used to drop bombs on Palestinians. There are images from Gaza I will never forget, that the world should never forget. A video of babies who decomposed in incubators after Israel bombed their hospital. A video of a dead girl hanging off the side of a building with her legs blown completely off. A video of a mom crying in tears as she carried a plastic bag filled with the liquefied flesh of her child. The tragedy is incomprehensible. Please pass the ceasefire resolution tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker on Zoom is Lena. Lena, you have permission to speak whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Lena. I'm a member of BCAN, and I'm a Jewish American for ceasefire, calling for ceasefire and peace, speaking out against Israel's violence against Palestinians. That is not anti-Semitism. That conflation actually makes Jews everywhere less safe. My Jewish values drive my call for a ceasefire. I'm going to be brief. I just want to focus on why this resolution is important. Small city resolutions on this issue are strategic. They are not a distraction. Not only to acknowledge the pain of so many of our neighbors, but also because of the groundswell of grassroots support for peace is being ignored by our federal representatives. The beauty of local government is we are close to it. It is the closest thing we have to real democracy. We can come tonight and speak directly to you. We don't have Joe Biden's phone number, we have yours. This is not irrelevant. You're actually all we have as megaphones right now. Please join the many sister cities all over the state and the country doing the right thing and amplifying their constituents' call for peace and ceasefire in the strongest terms possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next Zoom speaker is Zane. Whenever you're ready, Zane, you have permission to speak.
Hi, thank you so much for allowing me to speak today and for offering this platform so that we can communicate with each other. My name is Zane. I live in Poughkeepsie. I moved to Poughkeepsie in 2022. I currently live in LaGrangeville, and I'm a remote worker. I do JavaScript stuff. I'm half Syrian, though I did not grow up with my Syrian parentage. I was actually raised by my white mother. And the rhetoric of those who oppose a ceasefire tonight is pretty much the language that I lived with throughout my entire childhood. Islamophobia is a major part of who I am and how I've tried to understand myself. My family had a business in Greenwich Village in New York City, where I'm originally from, that was lost due to Islamophobia after 9/11. And the only way that I was actually able to connect to my Middle Eastern heritage was through living and working in Palestine, specifically Bethlehem and Jerusalem. I had a fellowship and I taught English to students at Al-Quds University, and I felt so safe in Palestine, and I was called Tel Hamia at the time because they said, you are a part of Bethlehem now. And it doesn't speak to my space in Bethlehem, it speaks to the beauty and the way that Palestinians were willing to welcome me when I was never welcome before. And as a teacher, I sat with my students and not just coach them on their homework, but on the fact that their friends were dying. Simply, just as children growing up, they could not be at school because they were hurting. They couldn't do their work because they were hurting. These are children who haven't even been a part of this current genocide. And I also, while I was in Palestine, saw a teenage boy die in front of my eyes, a boy from Jenin. The IOF killed him in cold blood and tear gassed me for simply wanting to cross a border, a checkpoint, so that I could go home from work. The one thing that I remember most was the laughter of the soldiers who killed that young boy. And this is the laughter that we are still hearing from the Israeli army as they are killing grandmothers and children and fathers and mothers and sisters and brothers in Gaza now. And I want to ask you, who is truly suffering from genocide and who is truly laughing at the
15 seconds.
suffering? Thank you so much for this opportunity. I just want to end by saying, as Americans, we know that segregation, separate but equal, does not work. We cannot have the people of Gaza, the people of Palestine
Your
behind
time has
borders.
elapsed.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. All right, 2 more.
The next speaker is Cheryl. Cheryl, you have permission to speak whenever you're ready.
Hi, my name's Cheryl Kirchbaum. I live in Cold Spring, but I'm a member of BHA, and I want to thank you all for your hard work. Watching this and hearing this, I can't imagine how painful it was to be there and listen to it. Please present. This is not what Beacon is about. Okay, I don't believe we need a resolution, so I don't think it's going to have a bearing on anything. But if there is a resolution, and I understand we may have to do that, it has to be balanced. A total ceasefire, aid to the Palestinians, and the freeing of the hostage. The one thing that I really want to say is what's most important, whatever is going to happen tonight, when you come to a decision, tomorrow, everyone, regardless on if you're on the left or the right, you have signs, you don't have signs, we need to come together. No good is going to come if we continue to let this divide us. Everyone wants peace. Everyone is hurting. Please, just be kind. The world is such a crazy place. Not just Israel, not just Gaza, all over, in the United States. Vote with your hearts, do what you need to do, but tomorrow, everybody in that room, whatever animosity you have towards each other tonight, move past it. Because prolonging it does us no good, and it's just going to make it worse. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael. Michael, you have permission to speak whenever you're ready.
Hi there, my name is Michael Shine. I'm in Ward 4, Beacon, New York. I just wanted to say that I'm really heartbroken. You know, I am a Jewish guy, always voted Democrat. I never really cared too much about Israel. Thought of myself as an American, you know, that's what I was, and being Jewish was secondary. But I have seen after the events of October 7th, by October 8th, people were yelling genocide. By October 8th, people were chanting and cheering about how Israel needed to step down. And for the first time in my life, you know, we talk so much about how we need to make people have a safe space, feel comfortable, feel heard, we have to accept people's lived experience. But we heard people today talking about how Jews made up the tragedies of October 7th. How those people shouldn't have been partying on the border, and it was probably just Jews with their wily ways making things up. We have this team baseball going on where it's one side against the other. I have no problem with peace. We want peace. But to have this team playing when we have tragedies all around the world and we're focused on one minority, the one minority that is not allowed to have their voices heard, not allowed to have pain, not allowed to stand up for themselves, it makes me want to leave this town, and I love this town. No one wants to see children die. No one wants to see pain. But look into your hearts and think about the people you're not allowing to have a voice. Think about the people that you have seen the pain and that you don't feel pain for, and tell me that this is not a one-sided resolution. Let's fight for peace. Let's not put an ideological document out in the world so we can say we're on the right team, standing up for justice when we're just marginalizing. Let's make things safe for everybody in this town again. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're clear.
Okay. Okay, I'll just close them. There are public comment section. So I appreciate everyone's patience. I appreciate you all being here. And let's go on. So reports from council. I don't know if you want to start. Do we need the break for a minute or not? We're okay to keep going? What do y'all want?
Leah, I was wondering if you want to just jump to that agenda item, because...
Yeah, I was going to, can I
And
offer a motion to move the agenda item about the ceasefire up to the next item in our agenda? Nick, is there any issue with that?
It's hard to talk about anything else right now.
Okay. Is it okay if the council agrees to dispense with their reports?
Yes.
Yes.
Everybody okay? All right, so
I'll
we took
just
care of
say
that.
my office hours are this Sunday from 4 to 6 p.m. at Trax, if you want to
Okay.
keep talking.
And then I'll take a motion to alter the agenda to move resolution item 3 up to the top.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so item 3 is resolution 30 calling for ceasefire and uniting for peace. Okay, I think we need a motion and a second.
Motion?
Second.
Okay, that'll open the discussion. What's your interest?
I think there was, I know many of us have been speaking to and listening to community members. Obviously, we just did it for 3.5 hours tonight. I think that everyone behind the table with me has been doing it for a lot longer than that for the last few weeks. And I am very interested to hear from the rest of council if there are edits to the resolution that we have been working on. I know that there are some that have been discussed. And I do hope that we can find common language to pass this now and move on to deeper community conversation and dialogue. I know that's not what everyone in this room wants, but I do think it's what's needed next. And I do think that having this passed will open doors towards that. I know there are a number of edits that were discussed within council. I don't know if we want to start there. I don't know if other folks have other framing they want to offer.
So this is the draft that's posted online that you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, because I thought another one was circulated.
Yeah, we do have the option to also procedurally, because this isn't a local law, we can, as Paloma said, we've been listening, and we can consider a different draft and discuss how we want to make sure the public is aware of that, which is different than the one that's in the packet, so.
Do you want to, what do folks want to do?
I'm more inclined on the edits that I saw this afternoon around 5:30-ish that Paloma sent.
Would it be?
Is that two different versions going on?
I have no idea.
There is one version that is was posted publicly online Thursday that we've gotten quite a bit of feedback about, and is what we agreed was largely reflective of our discussion last Monday. There is another version that is much shorter that we could consider if we would like to.
Mayor and council, if you'd like, I can post that up on the screen for everyone to see.
That would be great, Ben.
I'm sorry, does someone want to make a motion to consider an alternative resolution?
Go ahead.
Motion.
Second.
And which one are we talking about?
The one that Paloma sent over email at 5:36 today, and I think the one that Ben is going to tee up now. The one that's 1 page long.
What time did that come in?
5:30. 5:36 p.m. For the public's information or to be aware, I know this is not the usual way that the council might discuss a matter like this, but I hope you will believe that the council put a lot of thought into it. I will say it is not exactly the version that I would ideally like to see, but I am respectful of the rest of council as well.
Yeah, hang on.
Would it be helpful to read it out loud? Would you like to do it? Would you like me to do it?
Sure.
Do you want to talk about additions? And I guess maybe read it out loud as it is first, just to give everyone time to acclimate.
Yeah, all right. So again, I'm reading from an email at 5:36, am I correct?
Yes.
Correct, yes.
All right. So this one's calling for an immediate, permanent, and negotiated multilateral ceasefire and uniting for peace. And there's some similarity to earlier versions, some change, so just please listen. Whereas all human life is precious, and whereas the City of Beacon aspires to be a safe and welcoming community and is committed to promoting peace, unity, and respect for all of its residents and community members. And whereas the City of Beacon expresses its unwavering support and empathy for all members of the Beacon community who have been impacted by the violence happening in Gaza and Israel. And whereas the City of Beacon acknowledges the deep personal impact that the violence in Gaza and Israel has had on numerous members of our community, and extends its sincere condolence to those who have lost loved ones and extended family members in this conflict. And whereas the City of Beacon encourages all residents and community members to treat one another with empathy, compassion, and respect. And whereas the City of Beacon condemns all forms of racism, discrimination, and violence, and support thereof, which target Arab, Palestinian, Muslim, Jewish, Israeli, or other communities, as well as any other form of intimidation, doxing, harassment, public shaming, and hate speech, whether online or in person. And whereas the United States holds immense diplomatic power to facilitate an effective peace process, now therefore be it resolved that the City of Beacon urges the Biden administration, 1, calls for and facilitate an immediate and permanent negotiated multilateral ceasefire towards a formal regional peace process, as well as normalized regional relations. And 2, calls for the release of all hostages and those unjustly imprisoned, both Israeli and Palestinian. And 3, calls for the immediate increased flow of humanitarian aid into all of Gaza, facilitated by mutually trusted third parties. And be it further resolved that the City of Beacon calls for continued open, honest, respectful, and tolerant conversation among our local community in support of our common humanity. Be it further resolved that upon passage of this resolution shall be sent to the office of President Biden, Senator Schumer, Senator Gillibrand, Congressman Ryan, Governor Hochul, State Senator Rollison, Assemblyman Jacobson. And that's it.
Lee, I'd like to propose an amendment to that between the second and third whereas. Or should we discuss it first in general?
Well, so I'm debating whether we need to do motion to replace the existing, I think there's a motion to replace the existing resolution with this one. Do we want to consider amendments to this first, or do we want to consider the replacement first?
I think consider the replacement first.
Is that all right?
Sure.
All right. So,
Mayor, could you clarify this motion and second to replace?
all right. So there was a motion and a second, which I believe was Molly and Amber,
Yeah.
to replace the resolution that was in the Thursday packet with the one that I just read. So that's the
Thank you,
first-
that's what I needed.
Yep. So any discussion on that? All right, hearing none. So all in favor of replacing the original resolution from the Thursday packet with this one, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. Now we could consider amendments to that language.
Yeah, I must confess, I've wrestled with this. I think one of the struggles of being in this position, as we have talked about here and many other people have, is how much knowledge and expertise do we have in this area? And as many I've talked to on this council and community know, I've gone back and forth. However, I would like to add a whereas I'll propose. It's after the third whereas, after the second whereas, so after unity and respect for all its residents and community members, and a new whereas would be whereas on October 7th, 2023, 1,200 Israelis were killed, and since then, more than 30,000 Palestinians have been killed. Semicolon, and then on to the next whereas.
I agree with that addition, Molly. The only thing I might suggest is within that same statement, and I am very sorry that I do not know the exact number of hostages.
The hostages.
240.
Thank you.
Say it one more time, Paloma.
240 hostages were taken on October 7th, according to the numbers that I've seen. Sorry, 240 hostages were taken on October 7th, according to the numbers that I have seen.
So potentially, whereas on October 7th, 2023, 1,200 Israelis were killed and 240 taken hostage, and since then, more than 30,000 Palestinians have been killed. Semicolon, and.
I would like to add to that, sorry, Amber, were you?
No, I was just saying I agree with that language.
Since we do name the need for humanitarian aid, I would also be interested in adding to that whereas currently over 1.5 million Palestinians have been displaced, many of whom are currently in danger of starvation.
Which whereas is that, Paloma, or is that part of the be it resolved?
I would include that in the whereas we are discussing about deaths and hostages.
Include continuing that.
So after the have been killed, before the semicolon.
Yes, in the same whereas.
And more than 1.5 million. Was it are at threat of starvation, Paloma?
Currently in danger of starvation.
Are currently in danger. Thank you.
I will say I was disappointed to see the contributions I made to the last draft removed from this draft. And I know as leaders, we have to look for opportunities to do good, and we have to act on what we believe in. And I think that I know climate change is killing people here and around the world. I believe trying to achieve peace without addressing the root causes of crises will fail. I believe that climate change will cause more wars and will prevent cooperation and peace. And I believe our community will benefit from thinking and talking about the root causes of conflict. And I believe we need to invest in the long term. And I'm committed to doing what I can to building this community. I do believe we've heard and listened very patiently to lots of people, but I do not believe that it is dialogue. So I would like to add back in at least one whereas around our recognition of the linkage to climate change and existing conflicts and root causes and challenges. And I'd like the resolves to act to be returned that focus on education associated with our public dialogues, our commitment to doing public community dialogues.
I agree with the idea of...
So hang on.
Oh, sorry.
1 second. Let's try to do one whereas at a time. So that's a different whereas. Let's address, we had a addition proposed for a whereas after the second one and an addition to that language. Is that acceptable to the person making the motion for that whereas?
Yeah, should I read it out loud one more time
So
in
let's
full?
deal with this one first, okay?
Okay.
So read it out.
So this is the new third whereas. Whereas on October 7th, 2023, 1,200 Israelis were killed and 240 taken hostage. And since then, more than 30,000 Palestinians have been killed, and more than 1.5 million Palestinians are currently in danger of starvation.
So procedurally, do we need to make a motion to approve that?
Yeah, so there's a motion from
Second.
Molly and a second from Amber on that particular addition. All right, now that we've got language, okay. Any further discussion on that one before we take on anything else? All right, so all in favor of adding that whereas, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. All right. Now, Jeff's proposed adding something back in, and you want to make it in the form of a motion?
Yes, I propose, do you want me to read the language of what I propose as part of the motion?
Yep.
I'd make a motion to include a singular whereas that states, whereas the city of Beacon acknowledges the urgent need to address, there's somebody typing, so I don't have to do this. Should I start again?
Yeah.
Please.
So whereas the city of Beacon acknowledges the urgent need to address the impacts of climate change on our planet, including its far-reaching consequences for human security, environmental sustainability, global stability, and that it exacerbates existing conflicts and has the potential to spark new ones as competition for natural resources such as water, arable land, and energy sources intensifies.
Okay. Is there a second for that? All right, so I don't hear a second.
I don't disagree with the statement. I don't feel strongly whether or not those particular whereases need to be in this resolution. I do support the second resolved that Jeff mentioned, though. But I realize that's not the edit on the table.
Okay. I think, with all due respect, I think people are saying that that may not be as germane as some of the other items. So I didn't hear a second. Is that all right?
There's no further discussion?
We can,
Second.
yeah. But, you know, we're continuing to discuss the resolution, right? So.
Well, there's no, I mean, this is the linkage to the community effort at the community level. This is a fostering of a conversation that I think can help us actually find common challenge. And from a global perspective in the conflict at hand, to not talk about what is the common challenge that we face, it is where I make the statement that I think that trying to push for a lasting and just peace is going to be more challenged if we're not talking about the root causes.
Okay. So I'll say something. I mean, I'm respectful of that underlying root cause, but being a student of history and with a family from that region, I think root causes are larger than that, and I would rather focus on just the harm and the pain in the community. So, other comments or additions or changes to this one?
Jeff, I don't know if you wanted to keep talking about the potential further resolved language, but I would entertain a version that reads something like, I'll just say it quickly first and then I'll say it slower for Ben, recognizes the importance of addressing the root causes of crisis to the development of a pathway to lasting peace, and to educating the public about the interconnectedness of climate change, global conflicts, and fostering dialogue and awareness within the community.
Second.
Okay, sorry. I will read that again more slowly, now that I have a second. Adding to the be it further resolved that the City of Beacon recognizes the importance of addressing the root causes of crises to the development of a pathway to lasting peace and justice, and to educating the public about the interconnectedness of climate change, global conflicts, and fostering dialogue and awareness within the community.
Is this a whereas or a,
So in a be it further resolved.
so
this-
which number would it be?
So this would be in the, and it be it further resolved, and it's item 2 under there,
Got it.
as I
Yes.
heard it.
And it is an edit of the Thursday version.
And are you combining those two that were in the published draft into one? Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, that's my proposal.
Thank you.
So my only reaction to that is, I think it takes away from the other resolves, right? So the resolves are, just to summarize them, the immediate, permanent, negotiated, multilateral ceasefire towards a formal regional peace process and normalized regional relations, the release of all hostages and others that are unjustly in prison, and the immediate flow of humanitarian aid. Those are all pretty important. And then the be it further resolved that it's grouped with is focused on the City of Beacon, which is about open, honest, respectful, and tolerant conversation. I think adding something about root causes, I don't think adds anything that, at least for me, isn't in those. So that's my 2 cents.
To me, I made the point about the link to the challenges, but it also broadens the issue. And it broadens the concerns that people, to answer the question about, what other things are we addressing here? There are root causes that will cause greater conflicts. And I think that is a very essential point of the conversations that we would have. And I appreciate the suggestion to return that resolve back into it, but I still don't understand why we wouldn't base it on a whereas above on the topic.
Other comments?
I agree with you, Lee, that it's not as central to me in putting together this. Was trying to really focus on what is essential, both what I've heard people calling for and what we need to say, and also I think it is something that I support, so I'm fine to have it as our second resolved for the city.
Other comments? All right, so there's a motion and a second to add a further resolved item 2. I don't have the exact language. I think you heard it. It was about root cause. And let me just get a council vote on whether that's a yes to include or a no not to. So all those in favor of including an additional, be it further resolved, say aye.
Aye.
And I'm hearing enough. Any opposed? And so I'm a no. Okay.
I have a text edit in the, what is now the 4th and 5th whereas, referring to the violence happening in Gaza and Israel in both instances. And my motion would be to edit that to be referencing the violence happening in Palestine and Israel. In recognition that the violence happening in this region is interconnected.
Is what?
Interconnected.
You need, yeah.
Second.
All right, so there's a motion and a second to change the word Gaza in what was the 4th whereas, now the 5th one, to Palestine. Is that right?
And what was the 3rd one and now the 4th one
All right.
as well.
Sorry, Mayor, who was the second on that?
Amber.
So removing the word Gaza and putting Palestine? Is that Palestinian?
In Palestine. Yeah. The location, not the people.
All
In
right,
this
so I
instance.
think what you're suggesting is to replace the word Gaza in 3 instances in 2 whereases and 1 therefore be it resolved?
No, I was not necessarily intending it for
All right,
it to
so-
be in the therefore be it resolved.
So to replace the word Gaza in 2 whereases with the word Palestine.
Right.
Any comments on that? I'm concerned that we lack the expertise to make a judgment call on that. I believe Gaza is correct.
Well, I think we literally heard from people in Beacon that there is violence that's being experienced in the West Bank as well. That's my reasoning.
Yep. Do we want to say Gaza and the West Bank?
That's what I was just thinking.
So it's clear there is import to using particular words.
Yeah, I was going to say I believe Paloma has demonstrated her kind of connection to the community the most of all of us sitting here, at least what I'm aware of, who kind of what these words matter, and so I'm happy in this case to support this language change.
Other comments? All right, so there's a motion to replace the word Gaza and two whereases with the word Palestine. All in favor of that, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? All right. Anything else?
If not, I would make a motion to approve.
All right, so there's...
I don't know that you need a new motion.
Yeah.
You've been amending the motion since Molly and you made the motion and the second to replace the motion, and then you've been building on that. So it's on the floor right now.
So we need...
You can vote.
Yeah.
Call
We're
the
just,
vote.
well, is there any further conversation on the floor on this one? All right. Go ahead.
Sorry, I think one thing that feels missing from this, but I'm still working through how this might be included, is the ceasefire including the following of international law for all of the multilateral participants in this hypothetical ceasefire. I don't have a strong proposal of how that's included, but I just want to name in this public discussion that I am concerned that it's missing.
I would suggest it's more than long enough. And the longer that we make it each time that we've added things, I think we discover our lack of expertise. So I would simply say from my end, and as you heard it before, my position on this hasn't changed. So.
Paloma, can you repeat your proposal, your proposed language?
I actually don't have proposed language. I think it could be in one of the now therefore it be resolved, the compliance or respect for international law by all parties involved. It may feel redundant to the specific things that we are calling to. For example, the release of hostages, and allowing the flow of humanitarian aid, and a cease to the violence. But that is the intention. It's a question that I am posing to council.
And again, I think you're opening a set of issues that, depending on how you pick it, for instance, there are UN resolutions aplenty in this area. Do you want compliance with all of those? I'm not sure that that's what would be the intended outcome. My 2 cents would be to just move on. Any other ones on this? Are we about ready to bring it to a vote?
Call the vote.
Paloma, I think you wanted to state your thoughts, but are you fine to move on, or did you want to?
Yeah, if there isn't other interest within council to pull that back into the resolution, then I don't need to be the one stopping this moving forward on those grounds.
All right. Council ready for a vote? All right, why don't we start with Molly and work our way down?
Aye.
Abstain.
Aye.
Abstain.
Aye.
Did you say something?
I didn't.
Aye.
I say yes.
Can we move on to the rest of our agenda?
Yeah. Okay, folks, it's been a long night, so let us get through it. That's just it, all right? All right? No, it's only 11. Okay, we still have some items of business. If you want to go home, we can certainly respect that. We'll give you a minute if you want to leave, but we're still going to cover a couple of other items that may be of less international import than this one.
Do we need a motion on the next local law? I would really like to keep moving this meeting
Yeah.
along. We have been here more than enough hours.
All right. What I would suggest is if the council speaks into the mic, we'll actually be able to hear and record as people move. So why don't we do that? Going back to our agenda, there's resolution number 28, which will be authorizing the city administrator to execute an agreement with a fence company for a We Play Tots playground fencing project. I just need a motion and a second on that.
Motion.
Second.
So the motion was by Amber and the second by Pam. City Administrator, do you want to take us through that? Using your mic.
So this is for the fence replacement at the Weed Tot area of Memorial Park. We bid that project and received 9 bids, and we're bringing before you the low bid of $19,000. And we're already starting the project, so as soon as you approve this, we'll work on contracts tomorrow.
I have no questions. I mean, reading all of the material, there was, the proper due diligence done on the bidding. We eliminated the, bids that were not appropriate, and so I'm happy to move forward.
Is this similar fencing to what had been there with the chain link, or is it different?
It's a coated chain link of 3 feet high and 4 feet high.
Okay.
Yeah.
With the two gates that
And
had
there
been
will
there
be
before?
gates, yes, as well. And then this comes along with the replacement of all of the safety surfacing, the play area, the play structures, benches. So we're redoing the whole thing, and this is just one component of it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
It's a very exciting project.
Yeah. There are a couple of little typos in the whereas and resolved. There's an extra and then I think an and be it further resolved. But as Ben is correcting ours and our thing, I'm sure he'll catch those as well.
Thank you.
So.
Ben, note that we have to go back and fix a couple typos.
Or just additional stray words.
Okay. Any other comments? All right, so all in favor of authorizing the city administrator to execute the agreement for the fence for the Wee Tots Playground, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay. Next item is a resolution approving the fire department volunteer members who qualify for a length of service award program contribution for 2023 called LOSAP. Can I get a motion and a second?
Second.
Pam and Dan. Chris, anything you want to add on this?
No, we talked about this in a workshop last week. It's just you have to every year certify the credits that are earned by your volunteers towards this length of service award program, and this year we just had one person who had earned credits, and so you have that list attached to the resolution.
Okay.
We did post this for 30 days, which is required, and no one had any changes to it.
Okay. Any other comments? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Can I get a motion to approve the minutes of February 20th?
Motion.
Second.
That was Molly and Paloma. Any changes or additions?
I just had a quick question. I think you've already said this before, Nick, assuming you're still out there, that
I'm sorry, Nick is long gone.
Oh, we did. We don't need a motion to open a public hearing. I don't think so.
No.
We can tease that out tomorrow.
Okay, great.
That's correct.
You got a lawyer on the phone.
Yeah.
There you go.
No, we still
I
have-
seem to
we've
remember we
noticed-
talked
we
about
noticed
that
the public
recently.
hearing,
Yeah,
and then
so
when you
I think the
have the
notice
meeting-
is the opening,
Yeah.
kind of, legally speaking.
Right.
I just wanted to confirm that.
But you
Great.
do need an action to close it.
Yes,
Yep.
which was in there, so great.
And we do need
Or
an
adjourn
action to
it.
approve the minutes, so all in favor of approving the minutes of February 20th, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. Our next meeting will be on March 11th at 7 PM. It will be a workshop meeting. And then this is the second opportunity for public comments, seeing no one here, and hearing none online unless Ben tells me otherwise. That will close that second opportunity for public comment. And I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Motion.
Second.
Yeah. So Pam and Dan, all in favor, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? All right, thank you all very much. I especially appreciate everyone who's still here.